Right.
Good stuff.
That
Good start,
hurt.
guys.
So, Valens is going to spend the entire week leading up to dealing with the prince, most likely with the Sunnyside gang, the ghouls,
Well, and doing work, obviously.
and obviously, yeah. You wanted to ask the question about what do you do in these things?
Yes.
Effectively, everyone but one will give the reply of "You're just a ghoul. You'd just be there to serve others."
Okay.
And then there is Julia Halfman, a Ventru ghoul. Um, and she will look you up and down. How do you want to present yourself there?
Um.
What do you want to show the prince and the rest of the society around here who you are? Are you meant to be just a smith? Are you meant to be a lord? Are you meant to be some kind of warrior? Or are you actually more important than anyone that's just there to show off what their job is?
I'm just going there because I was told to.
So you're just there to be in the background. Then appear plain. Just wear peasant clothes.
He looks slightly horrified at the idea of wearing peasant clothes. I don't own any.
You own your blacksmithing gear. You could just go with that.
I suppose so.
But yes, it is up to you how you want to present yourself. If you don't want to present, then don't. You're still turning up. You're still doing the prince what he requested of you. Don't you agree?
I suppose.
And if that's the case, no one can complain.
I'm sure my master would find something to complain about.
Oh, if you're meant to be presenting your master, then you want to be appearing as they ask you. Just get them to tell you if you've got the chance.
He isn't exactly the easiest to get hold of on short notice.
Aren't they all?
Hmm.
So, think back to what your master did with you. Think back to whatever they asked. Present that for the prince. Let them know how powerful your master is. Let them know that you're here to represent them, or you're here to serve them, or you're here to be presented as a gift if you really must. Whatever your
Okay.
little role is here, show them.
Fair enough. Hmm.
Also, are you looking to have someone else provide you with at least some vitae?
Eventually, probably. It depends how long I end up being here.
Well, I have a few people that might help you. I've had to help another ghoul before, though he's not usually around at this point in time.
He will just nod and be awkward.
Do you have any preferences?
Like what?
I don't know. Do you want one with a? Do you like them tall? Do you want them short? Do you want them to beat you to a pulp every night, or do
There
you
will be
want
a
someone?
wince when she says that.
She just continues and ignores it. Or do you want someone who's going to be a little bit more gentle with you? Maybe a change of pace? Hey, do you want a woman to look after you? I've heard that a few of them are looking for new servants, and you're already trained. Better than getting a new puppy.
I think I'll be fine for now.
All right. I'll keep an eye out for you, though, just in case.
Thank you. Also, Rob, since you asked about Crook, is Crook with him?
Hmm.
Because you asked what I was doing with Crook.
Yeah, sure. Crook is there with you.
There will be a very awkward look at Crook.
I wouldn't mind a different one. Oh, I think I can organize something for you. Do you want me to send them your way? And he'll effectively have the conversation of you don't know where I live. And she'll reply with, they'll find out. And there will be a big gulp. But they're pretty benevolent. Never seen them be too harsh with anyone. They know what it's like to be, well, to put it very simply, thrown away and beaten. So they're not exactly the ones to do it. Apart from the ones that are.
I think we'll both be fine for now.
Is your crook here looking to get involved as well in this presentation? None of us are invited, at least not by the prince.
He got a letter too.
Mm. Well, good luck to you both. I hope you enjoy your little trip. The Cassar there, the gangrel, will likely go to you both. You just need to be there. How you present yourself at this point in time isn't necessarily as important. Just behave nicely and people won't really mind. At least then you're showing that you're here to help, not here to try and play games like they are. Do you want to play the game, or do you want to just be left in peace?
Left in peace.
Then for all your titles and such, you honestly might want to just not flaunt it to people who either scoff at titles or hold them above anything else. There doesn't seem to be any in between with them.
Right. Okay.
Save your nobility for when you eventually get sired. I presume that's what you've got as some kind of agreement.
Looks to Crook. I don't, do you?
He just shakes his head vigorously.
We'd rather that didn't happen.
Crook just kind of nods and backs away a bit. I don't really want to join the ranks. No.
When Crook backs away, Valens will step very slightly in front of him. In a in a bit of a protective manner, I guess.
Okay. Julia will then reply, well, it's not for everyone, but I'm personally hoping that eventually the siren rights come around again, and this time someone actually gets them. Well, I don't think we've really got anything to do together. Everyone's doing their little things. I'm going to go and pester random drunken nobles and see what I can get from them, or see whose direction I can point them in.
Fair enough. I'm going to go and hit things with a hammer for a while.
There will be Simone, the Bruhagul,
I need to write
as
this
you're
down.
aware,
Am
if
I?
you wish. She has a very soft voice for her more coarse appearance. And your Auspex won't ever be able to pick anything up on her soul.
Okay.
That does sound like a good
Stay
idea.
out of the box. I'll be back in a sec.
Cat. I can hear an argument with a cat getting in a box, apparently. Apologies all. Welcome
No
back.
worries.
It's okay.
Oh?
Can you hear me?
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi,
Yeah,
I
guys.
just swapped computers, so I just wanted to check.
You sound
Hi.
way clearer.
Oh, cool.
Hi.
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 So yeah, it will be stated that it does sound like a good idea to go and just hit things for a few hours. and everyone will part. Xavier will be the last one to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier being Victor's goal.
The Bruja Ghoul is the other Smith, right?
Yes, Simon.
And how do you spell Xar?
Casar.
Okay. And how do you spell Halfman?
Haffmann.
Damn, I was one letter off. Thank you. Okay, I will leave very quickly with Crook and just be incredibly awkward and want to get back inside to the safety of not talk of being sired or getting a new master.
One thing Crook will ask you
Mm-hmm.
is being sired really that important to everyone?
It seems to be.
He just kind of humps at it.
It seems like these people actually want to serve these creatures.
Well, I'm yet to see any benefit from it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you return and start doing what?
Yep. Work is
I will
done.
have some more. I will have some more mini scenes for you for the rest of the week.
Okay.
So, with that, I'll just go down. So, Asta, Rachel,
Yes.
Yee.
are you going to go see your sire in Nuremberg, or are you going to send a letter to request them come here?
How far's the journey? How long's the journey? Sorry.
It would take 2 nights of you traveling by yourself. If
Ooh.
you had someone to take you there and could travel through the day, then it would take you a single day to get there, traveling through day and a night.
Is that something I can do, like organize from my domain?
How many resources do you have?
Not enough to do that, probably. I've only got the wait. Where's resource again on the? Oh, it's in
The
backgrounds.
background.
Yeah, I've got one.
With one
Um,
resource, yeah, you wouldn't be able to reasonably
okay,
be able to
cool.
afford that and maintain
I
yourself.
think letter would probably be the wisest because I'm expected here, and if I leave and can't get back, then that's a worse outcome than not having advice from my sire. Like at least I could still show up, however ill-informed I might be. So I'll send a letter.
You send a letter,
Hmm.
and 2 days later, what will you have been doing in the first 2 to 3 days of knowing that you're going to go see the prince?
Anticipating the fact that I've only got that armor, I would at least get it cleaned up. So I would probably ask Valens if they could work on that and make it all shiny and pretty. And in the meantime, probably just trying to make a bit of money where I can. Obviously, I'm not supposed to be working, or it's not a good look to work for the. Is it the Toreador that I'm currently working for? The warehouse job.
It is the Tremere would be.
Tremere, sorry, yeah.
Anything to do with the mercenaries themselves is based around the Tremere, who have effectively
So
got themselves
yeah,
a private army.
obviously I've volunteered myself with the sheriff. So if the sheriff had anything that he wanted me to do over the couple of days, I would do that. But otherwise, I would just try and make a little bit of money.
You'll be informed by the sheriff, likely in person. He'll just visit your house. Even if you haven't told him where it is, he'll come to your house. And he'll effectively tell you that once things are properly announced, he'll have a small task for you to do, and you may wish to get others involved.
Okay, cool.
Also, sorry if my throat suddenly just goes. Not had a good week as far as that's concerned.
No worries. It's not like you have to do most of the talking.
Oh. Yeah. So, just so that you're aware, Laura,
Yeah.
Valens has requested to tidy up armor.
Much accepting, yes.
Great. How much would I need to pay?
Owe me a favour.
What size of favor?
Well, if you're asking, a major one.
Damn it.
Oh.
I'll assume it's a minor.
If Alan's wishes to do a minor favour's worth of work on the armor, that
Oh
is
man.
What does the armor look like? How bad is it?
Okay, so it was armor. It's pieces of armor that I wore when I was on the run from my hometown. So traveling through the woods, not particularly looking after it, not cleaning it after each use kind of thing. So it's probably pretty dinged up. But I haven't been in any full like combat or anything. I haven't taken any blows. It's just probably scraped and caked and gross.
I'd call it
corrosion.
I'd call it a favor then. So just a normal
Okay.
one.
Cool.
Corrosion issues are big issues because stainless steel isn't a thing.
Yeah. But yeah,
Mhm.
that would be probably quite bad.
Just so that there is the information there, any plate involved in it is probably just going to be ground down a little bit and re-enameled. Chain links might have to be replaced in certain areas, if there is any, and obviously leather is stitched.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't good as new probably at the end of this, but it will be a lot better and protected from the elements.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Yeah. 2 and a bit days pass. It is
Cool.
near enough the middle of the night,
Hmm.
and there will be a knock on Asta's door.
Oh, thank God.
Dun, dun. So many people showing up at my house. I will answer it.
It is your sire.
Of course, welcome him inside immediately. Offer him a seat.
He will just nod to you as he comes in, takes off his probably hat at this point, because he will probably just be wearing the clothes of a noble, but probably in more plain colours.
Mhm.
Nothing too ostentatious. There's probably
No
some
tabard.
blues in there, green in there. You will notice that around his neck is a necklace that bears the same symbol at the bottom.
Before like we get into it, I'll offer him like the standard hospitality of like, does he need anything to drink, and offer him anyone in my kind of domain kind of thing, being all polite and stuff.
You're going to offer me hospitality. How do you mean to
Yeah.
do such?
I will obviously offer the services of my of anyone in my domain if he's hungry. I don't know the rules. I'm just learning.
He will
Oh,
smile.
baby Ventru.
It is good to see that you're at least offering. But if you cannot pay while here, then there might be issues. The hospitality is within your haven, not within your domain.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
good that you offered me, so I might correct. We have both been invited to show that you exist to the prince.
Mhm.
Is there anything in particular you're wanting to know?
So inside Asta's head, it's like, oh my God, everything. I have so many questions. But outwardly, she tries to sort of maintain like quite a composed demeanor. So she'd start off with the simple stuff. What do I wear? Do I wear my tabard and armor? Do I wear a and she sort of sneers at this, a gown? And yeah,
Hmm?
this question.
He just looks at you. Are you really wanting to present yourself in a gown?
Absolutely not.
And what about armor? Are you there to show that you are someone willing to defend?
Yes.
What kind of weaponry do you wish to wield?
I have a broadsword.
That is all you wish to take with you?
Yes.
All right. Very well. In that case, wear armor and wear the tabard. Make sure the tabard is properly equipped. I will do any correction when we arrive at the gates before entering in.
Oh, parent straightening you up before your first day of school. It's so cute. Oh, Matt and Tabard. Cool. So if he's done, I'd probably move on to like, what is the etiquette? How do I act? Do I just keep silent until I'm spoken to, etc.?
Do not speak until you are spoken to. That is correct. Or at least that is a correct start.
Mm-hmm.
Once all the formalities are over, you will be offered hospitality, as will everyone else. It is up to you whether or not you wish to attempt to partake, if you are even able. What is offered is usually not of our own tastes, but we will see.
I feel the instinct to hide that very strongly. I don't know whether I would feel comfortable attempting to feed in front of the prince. Is it because Asta hasn't seen really a lot, but she's sort of wondering, pondering whether it's kind of the done thing to feed in front of other kindred.
It is perfectly acceptable to feed in front of other kindred. There is nothing grotesque about it. It is simply something that we do. The Ventry traditions, yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be useful.
What?
I put something
Oh,
in the
something in
whatever
the
came
chat.
before Shretnet thing. I'm currently looking if there's an actual list of tradition things, but there doesn't appear to be.
I'm
Okay.
currently going over the Ventru clan book at the minute, trying to
So am
find things.
I. Both of them.
Flush. I've got more questions anyway, so you've got more time to scrabble through notes. Okay,
Also, if you're wanting that, the revised version of the Ventru clan book at page 35 onwards, there's a few different things on that.
cool.
Oh god,
Got that
the version
open,
that
so
I have is
jump
so
back here.
horrible to look at.
Same here.
I know it's
But
the same.
effectively, Asta is going to be instructed that no matter what, you should behave politely.
Okay.
That is polite to all involved, including the
Yeah.
less desirable.
Yeah.
That's me.
Okay. Does that include ghouls?
Of course, we must be polite.
Okay.
Yee.
Okay.
What you wish to do behind your own doors to them is your choice, but in public, when dealing with others, we must be noble.
Understood.
I do not wish for you to lack honor in front of others. After all, a dishonor to you is a dishonor to me. I am currently responsible for you, and I will be forevermore.
I hope you never have cause to believe that I've in any way damaged your honor. It's very important to me. I consider myself very loyal, and I wouldn't want to betray the gift that you've bestowed upon me. Hashtag suck up.
And that gift also comes with burdens to prove yourself. One part of being polite is to make sure you maintain control of yourself and your composure. You understand that?
Yes. I do. Although it's sometimes not as easy as it sounds. Do you have any advice? A new kindred?
My advice is to see what people come to you. Everyone is always interested in what new things are going to be around. Whether it is some ancient Methuselah caring about the crossbow, to someone now wishing to worship black powder or the printing press. If anything, just let them ask their questions and be caught with your answers. Make sure you give them what they need and nothing more.
Yeah. Fewer words the better, provided I'm polite. Okay. I think that's all the questions I had about the event itself, but I do have a couple of other questions if you have the time.
If there are questions about our clan specifically, shortly after the meeting with the prince, maybe another week or a few days even, we will all be called together. There are a reason that a number of Ventru will be staying in the area. Many of them will likely currently be with Victor. I myself will be staying with the sheriff.
They're not specifically about our clan. They're more about the environment I find myself in. Um, specifically, I volunteered my services to the sheriff, and I wonder if that was inadvisable, or whether you had any advice for me about that.
Doing that is exactly what you're expected to do as a neonate.
Asta is inwardly thrilled at that comment. Cool.
Hmm.
I have one final question, and it may be perhaps a little impertinent, but when I met with Victor, he described you as interesting. And I wonder if you have I don't know. I wonder if you could maybe offer me some advice on that whole situation, because there definitely seemed to be something there, and I don't want to be clumsy.
Hmm.
Although I realize I've probably just been super clumsy with my sire.
He effectively raises his eyebrows when you say that he's interesting. Victor has
During that
a lot
part,
of. Mhm. Victor has many colourful words from many people involved with the clan. He himself has been interesting.
I've just set their relationship back a couple of 100 years. Whoops.
Just don't tell
Hmm.
Ventru what other Ventru say about them, man. You'll start wars.
Hey, he's my sire. I'm going to give him the skinny on what people are saying about him.
Fair.
Victor cares about the kind. I myself simply see them for what they are. Many of them are misguided, many of them are lost causes, and many of them are our enemies. The lucky few are those that we would choose to feed from. The rest are mostly full of degenerates.
I think like Acid doesn't fully agree with him there. I think she'll be experiencing a little bit of cognitive dissonance there, because she really wants to worship the ground this guy walks on, but she doesn't necessarily agree with that stance. So she's in a bit of conflict there.
Even then, many of those that are simply less than us need our help. But Victor takes it a bit far.
Does he keep them
Victor
as pets?
doesn't. Hmm?
Does he keep them as pets?
Yes.
He has a lot of pets. I have
Ah.
seen he has now got a dog. I am sure that it will come above his other pets.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Um, Thank you for answering my questions. I think that was all I had. Do you have any more advice for me?
Be careful of sharing judgments among the rest of our clan. In private, as you have done now with me, might reward you, but at the same time, depending on their allegiance, it could mean that you never leave this house again.
It's not something I would do outside of a conversation with you. I feel like as as my sire, I owe you an extra degree of loyalty regarding what I hear and what I observe in relation to you. I don't think I would trust, certainly not yet, other people to hear these kind of things. I would always pass that information on to you, though.
Hmm. Well, thank you. Make sure your armor is clean. Make sure your boots are clean. Make sure you're armed and you keep the weapon on you. The box next to the entrance, you may take whatever you wish when you enter. I will see you on the day. If you have any more need of me, you find the sheriff.
I will do. Thank you.
Make sure you keep your head down before you're properly announced. I would rather you not be noted before you're properly announced. If you become notorious, then you're doing something wrong.
Of course.
He will depart.
Woohoo!
Does that affect any of your plans for the remainder of the week? It's just getting armor
No.
sorted. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his instructions to heart and keep my head right down. Focus on training the doggo, and just staying around my haven.
You are probably instructed by the sheriff on a kind matter of you to effectively wander around a little bit as an assistant to the guards to effectively go and enforce a few rules, make sure that a certain number of tithes and taxes are paid, make sure that the area is being looked after. One area you always avoid is the area that warehouse was in.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
guards don't go there.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll be a well-behaved little Ventru for the rest of the time.
So, Lothar,
Yes.
you are going to your sire, or are you going to ask them to come to you?
I was gonna go to them since I know where their house is.
Okay. You head off to the park,
Yep.
and we'll find your sire likely just lounging around, inspecting a few statues and such within the little gardens.
No students this time.
Not at the minute now.
All right. I'll join Sostrato
Mhm.
and show him my letter.
I wonder where my one of them went. I remember getting one, but, well, I'm glad that you're actually planning on heading there. How is it you want to be presented? Do you want to make sure you're presenting yourself as an artist, or are you simply here to judge? What is it you're wanting to do?
I thought I might get Valens Lazarus, the smith, to shine up my armor a bit and present myself as a warrior.
Right. You want to present yourself as a noble warrior. In that case, Hmm. Are you wanting to be wearing what you're usually training in and working in? Or are you wanting something a bit more fanciful?
I don't want to give the wrong impression of dressing myself up like something I'm not, but at the same time, I still want to make a good impression. So that's why I thought I would ask you what was
Well,
best.
when you go into that room, are you going to war?
So no frills.
I'm asking you, are you going to war?
Oh, I thought it was a statement.
No. Are you
N-
going to war?
I would go to the I would go to war for the prince if he needed me to.
Right. Do you think that room is a war zone?
Not in the way that I know it.
Right. And what about right here?
In the garden?
Yes.
No, I don't think this is a war zone.
He will then gesture to himself, currently wearing what is effectively padded trousers and an undershirt with a padded shirt just on the side. I am currently dressed for somewhere that isn't a war zone, but I show at the same time that I am martial. There's no point being dressed ready to go into some battle when honestly you're not needing to. You present yourself as being very single minded if you aren't willing to change. You appreciate your works, don't you? You appreciate your um, companions' writings, and
Yep.
artistic fighter.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually.
So I would say, don't wear the solid bits of armor. Just wear your weapon. Wear it visibly. Wear it as if you're able to use it. There is no need to tie down a weapon when you're in the presence of the prince. If you try and threaten him, it won't go well for you.
Understood.
But yes, equip yourself so that you appear as you are. Maybe even take some of your friend's writings. Get him to write something in particular. Try and get it to hint towards something to present yourself. You can always show off his work. He's under you, after all.
That reminds me, he's been offered a job by Bertold to write for him.
Well, at least you're keeping it in the clan. That's what's important. If he's willing to just throw money at that, then he throws money at that. Just make sure you don't lose a friend.
That's why I wanted to mention it to yourself. Wasn't sure what Bertold's motives were. I mean, obviously, I believe Ivan's writing is worthy of payment and employ, but there was some anxiety on my own part. Bertold didn't do anything untowards, I think. But
He'll just smile and nod while you're saying all of this.
I am a simpleton. I don't say that out loud, but anyway. I wasn't going to tell. I'm not going to tell Ivan what he can or can't do, but I thought I should let you know, given that he is now in on the secret.
Right. So. So he knows the secret now. He's aware of the masquerade.
Yes.
That is
we just told him last night.
Useful. Keep an eye on him just in case. But if you're concerned about Bertold, how can I put this? You know what a court jester is?
I am aware of the fools.
Sorry.
Yes, little dancing monkeys. So, he doesn't know how to wield a sword. He can probably throw one with decent accuracy, but he's not going to get it back if he does that. The man failed at being a fool. All of his lords rejected him, and now he thinks he can act. He can't even write, so he has to hire someone else to do that. What do you really think is going to happen with him? He might make your friend famous, but he's not going to go anywhere himself.
Do you think if he did make Ivan famous for his writing, do you think Bertold might try to sire him?
Now that would be a great slight against you. And that would be something that plenty of people would be able to talk about should you encourage them to do so. And you can encourage them to talk about the fact that he's trying to steal away young men. He's not exactly the youngest looking himself. So, up to you how you want to present that one. I'm sure that if it happens, you can deal with it.
Would it be inadvisable to ask Bertold not to do that?
If you tell him not to do that, it gives him a reason to do that. At the minute, he's just borrowing your ghoul.
Understood.
Your art. What is the art that you present us with? Maybe you should try and make sure you embody that.
Out of character,
Hmm?
would his fighting ability be considered an art
Yes.
if
there's
he
any
did it
specific-
well?
If there is any specific idea behind that, such as doing it for justice, it could be seen as more important. But actually, fighting itself, yes, could be considered a martial art.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of my thinking. He's not really one to paint or anything like that, but would be more like he'd sort of, especially now having trained with Sostrato, be more, I guess, have more flair with the fighting. Like have developed that side, especially because he's gone from having to fight for money for himself and Ivan for his life, etc., to now being a kindred and more powerful and so on. So he can focus on the drama of it, I think.
One more thing to consider. The entirety of this meeting is a performance. You are a player in it. If you want to write your own lines, do so at your own risk. But it is certainly a performance, and you might enjoy watching even if you're involved at the same time. You're new to all of this. It's expected that mistakes might be made, but I think you can do this quite well. It should be interesting.
I will certainly do my best.
So, I'll meet you at your house on the day. I'll make sure that everything is properly done. I'll make sure that you're dressed appropriately. Do you want me to bring you a change of clothes? Do you want to match?
Yes, we should absolutely match. I love when couples match out of character.
Just, I was gonna say, do you think you're a couple or?
No, that was me. I love matching outfits. I think they're adorable.
Right. He'll just look you up and down. I think I have something that will fit you properly.
Pick me up at 8, again out of character.
Your
The
poor
agreement will be made
boyfriend.
to arrive then and there. Oh, if you wish to bring your ghoul along, you may.
Wouldn't that be like bringing a lamb to the slaughter?
Don't present him to anyone, and it's fine.
Already tried to.
I was being polite. I'll ask if he would like to come. Again, I don't want to tell him what he can and can't do, but if you think he would be safe, then it might be good if especially if Bertold is there, to be seen in public with Ivan beside me, so he doesn't get any ideas.
All right. Bring him along. It'll be interesting. And with that, what plans do you have for the remainder of the week?
My plans was gonna be working with or in employing Valens to get my maybe if not armor shiny, then helping me get my sword all perfecto.
I will do you a help, yes.
That would be amazing. And I would offer in return either money or training or blood vitae. Since I now know that you are a ghoul.
Favor will do.
Okay.
All
favor.
the favors.
Just collecting them like Pokemon cards.
Exactly.
I will note that one of the most interesting experiences I've had with this game is watching as a new character who was new to a city when they arrived, walking in and offering a favor to every single person.
Really?
Not offering, they went and asked. So they went to the prince and asked for a favor for their domain and house. They just went and got a favor for that, or spent a favor for that. They owed, by the start of actually effectively setting up and meeting everyone, I think they owed a total of 12 different favors, all
Wow.
normal or major. And because they owed all the favors, people wanted them kept alive.
Oh, hey, okay. I thought it was going to go the other way, but look at that.
That is quite a strategy.
Clever clogs.
The
Depends
idea
what
was
the favor is.
his idea was to go in and owe everyone something so that they always had a reason to keep him around instead of it being wasted.
Nice.
If a lot of people owe you things, they might all band together. If you owe a lot of people, they might keep you around. If you prove to be useful and you earn favors, then you're proven to be useful. But at the minute, technically everyone here is a no one.
Yeah. I think I've even got the floor. New arrival. Oh.
I love that bit in Corpse Bride where everybody just screams new arrival.
Yes.
Cute.
So, Valens,
Mm-hmm.
Dun, dun.
you had your meetings with Ghoul Squad.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have Crook constantly coming to check on you. He'll inform you that some guy in a big blue coat came there and asked him what he knew about stars. And he was very, very confused as to why he just turned up.
What?
Yeah, someone just turned up to my house one evening and just started asking me about stars and if I knew any of their meanings or what they do, where they're positioned.
Maybe you should stay with me for a while.
Right. Well, he asked me to do a little job for him and he gave me money in advance to do it.
Okay. This usually doesn't end well.
Why?
It's you.
He's just paying me to do a thing and I already
What
work
is
at
the
the
thing?
There's apparently something coming in that's going to be shipped here. The box is going to be marked with, I believe he said, a orange and red paint, and I'm meant to move the orange and red paint box to a very specific location on the docks and make sure it stays there at the end of my shift.
Right. Sorry, what did you say that this person looked like? Were they breathing? Were they just...
I think they were breathing. Short, dark hair, nearly black, brown eyes, quite a triangular face, and big coat.
Big
They had
coat?
quite a bit of mud on their boots.
Big coat?
Yes, quite long. Blue wool.
He will squint at him a second. Do you mean Theodore?
No?
Then I don't know who you're talking about.
Funnily enough, they just came there and talked to me about stars. They said that they'd be back in contact with me, but at the minute names weren't important until I at least showed I could put a box where it's meant to be. But there's a lot more work in it for me if I actually manage to hold that there for them. I got an extra day's worth of wages for it, so I'm more than happy to make sure a box goes there.
You concern me greatly.
Usually there's some paperwork attached to it. I can just make sure the paperwork's falls off somewhere.
Okay.
So that'll be an interesting little thing. I'm just really confused why he just turned up. Maybe this is that thing that Julia was talking about.
Maybe. If so, you might end up with a new master, so well done.
I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not exactly enslaved to Alaric anyway. I'm pretty sure that bond went a while ago.
Rob.
Then again,
He took blood.
I know he did. He just
Well-
thinks it's gone.
Oh, okay.
He is allowed to think that he is not magically bonded to a thing if he wants to.
That's fair. Right. Well, don't die on me, please. Please.
I don't see why I'd die for moving a box.
You are so naive. That wasn't a malicious taunt. Don't start rolling, Rob.
Okay. I'm just making sure that the favors are all up to date.
Okay. At the very top there's a favors channel.
I also have my favors on my document.
I know, I'm just saying so that people can put them in and you can update them properly at the end of sessions.
Mhm.
Right. Well, have fun. Do you want me to go
I
there
will
with
leave-
you just in case?
It's just my job. You have work to do as well.
Excuse me.
A crow will start tapping on the window.
I will look at the crow.
It is tapping on the window. You have got not very easily seen through glass. It is not that fine at this stage. It's also probably covered in soot.
So I probably don't know that it's a bird tapping on the window then.
You can probably make out bird size and shape. You might even think it's a cat.
I go open window, I
Hmm.
guess. I assume the
Why
window's
is there a
open.
GIF with Stephen King?
What?
Why is there a GIF with Stephen King?
There's a what?
The two red
Matching
jump.
outfits. It was meant to refer to matching outfits, but
Oh.
I think it's
Oh, there
So
is a
random.
GIF with Stephen King. Sorry, I was at the
is
bottom of
he,
it. So.
is he really there, or is it a cardboard cutout? I'm so confused. Anyway.
His hand moves, so he's really there.
He's holding his
Oh my
hand.
god,
Yeah,
he
he
looks
is.
like a cardboard cutout. Oh my god, that's freaky.
But
Stephen King always looks like a cardboard cutout.
that's because he is.
We love him really,
Do we?
and all his.
Mm.
I love him too, but he can't do TV to save his life, unfortunately.
Or
Hashtag
direct.
Sue.
I lost where we were. What happened?
Yeah.
The giant
bird at
bird.
window. Bird at window.
Ah, I
We're gonna
open
have an
window.
Alfred Hitchcock moment.
I open the window, look at the bird, and say hello. And do I need to roll anything for animalism with that, Rob?
You need to make eye contact. If you wish to give it commands, you need to make things.
Okay.
It has a note attached to its leg.
I will take it.
You untie it, the bird will caw at you and will fly off to a nearby building.
I guess I don't get to talk to it then. Fair enough.
You wish to talk to it. You
I
make eye
said
contact.
that I said hello.
Sorry. It just says letter
From who?
for you.
But who is it from?
It cocks its head to the side.
Who gave it to you?
Feeder.
Okay.
Tall man.
Tall man?
Tall man. Dark man. Feeder.
Okay. Then he'll
Looks after trees.
looks after what?
Trees.
Trees. Okay.
The bird effectively nods.
Right. Opens letter.
You open the letter,
Mhm.
and it is a message from your master.
That was unexpected, but okay. I was expecting Griffin or something.
Mm-mm. It will be a letter saying, I presume you're being presented. What are you presenting yourself as? What is it that you're wanting to be in this area? And will you please update me with any more you know about these Tremere traitors? Have you found others that loathe them as much as I do? I have had encounters with them, and they are causing me issues. If you are able to find more information about what they can do, I will work out an appropriate way to counter them.
Right. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to him. This kind of seems like something that should be a conversation, but it's a letter.
He has sent a little letter.
Just, what are you going to present yourself as? Just, I will send a letter back and it'll arrive a week after I've done it.
It's more think about how you're going to present yourself
Oh, okay. Right.
and what you're presenting yourself as. So it's how you're doing it and what as well as a reminder of what your quest is.
Okay, so I need to find out things about the Tremere people and get people to hate them.
Shouldn't be too hard.
No, they are Tremere.
Find out who hates them the most.
Fair enough. Note to self, go to Theodore.
Note to self, go to Giovanni.
No, fuck the Giovanni.
They're busy doing that to themselves, it's fine.
That's the point. No, I'm not being friends with the incest cult.
But yes,
I will
there is
show
a note to remind you things.
I will show it to the crook.
I still don't know what Tremere are meant to be.
They are Canaanites that I don't know. I don't know. I think that they're like the Ventru and the Toreadors and stuff.
Then why don't we just tell the church?
Why would we tell the church? I don't want to get burnt.
Yes, but we're not them.
And how do you know they aren't the church?
I hadn't thought about that.
She is really
I'm just
rolling
gonna do
around
this
on that
job
paper.
thing.
Huh?
I'm just going to do this job thing and hope that they whisk me away to some large fortification away from them all.
I don't think that's how this is going to work.
Well, I can dream.
I guess. So, you're about the same size as me, right?
Yes. A little bit wider, I think.
He looks down at his clothes. Do you think this'll fit you?
What are you trying to suggest will fit him?
The clothes he's wearing.
What clothes?
Some of the stuff from their master, since Crook doesn't have any.
I can probably fit into it.
When we go to that weird meeting thing, we should probably be matching, right?
Yes.
Then I guess
How-
you can borrow some of my clothes?
Thank you.
I'm amazed that the ghouls' conversations are just asking each other questions and them both going, I think that's how this works. Are we doing okay? I think we might die soon? Oh, yeah, okay. So, sure. I'm sure that he won't get annoyed at that. We'll be representing him properly, I guess. Yeah. Puts the letter downstairs, I guess. On desk.
Also, I'm just looking at Byzantine nobility and it, and you better have a mustache.
I don't have a mustache, I'm 15. The guy doesn't have a mustache. He's a 15-year-old, Rob.
Fair enough. Might want to purchase one.
No. They're all like in their 30s. No.
They're also all wearing at least a dress.
Yes, I know. Well, one of them's just wearing a very long tunic, but...
They're all just long tunics, to be fair. But, yes. You will be able to both wear matching clothes.
Yay!
You are both dressed as rather outdated but well-kept nobles.
Yes.
Also, you will note that Crook is now 2 years physically older than he should be, compared to yourself. So he aged while you were not aging.
Oh. Do you need some blood?
No, I only drank a few days ago.
Rob, do you mean that he just suddenly got older, or
No.
he got
No,
got?
he always, yeah,
Oh,
he was always
okay,
kept minimally bonded, not Gould.
okay. Thank
He is
you.
now Gould.
Okay.
Yeah, you have matching outfits.
Yes.
You are aware of a quest that Crook has been given. You have been reminded of your quest. Now is your time. Destroy an entire clan. Rid Bavaria of this taint.
Hmm.
Get rid of all the taint.
Yes.
Is there anything else before we begin the prince's announcements for everyone?
Other than me quickly popping off to get a drink, I don't think so on my end.
Oh yeah, I should grab some water.
We might all want to meet up so that they can get their things off me.
That
Yeah.
might be a good idea.
Back in a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing special I wanted to get done. Low profile.
Right. Let's all have a 30-second or so break as we all go top up water, and then we'll have it so that everyone meets somewhere, likely after sires have either met them. Aster, you were meeting your sire at the gate. Lothar, your sire is coming to you.
Cool.
Right.
And
back in
is
a sec.
Ivan game for coming along?
How are you presenting this to Ivan?
I guess in as fun a way as I can, like trying to instill the fact that he will be safe and, he'll be with myself and Sastrato. So there's nothing really to worry about on that side. And it's really to,
Would
bring
I?
him into the community, as it were.
Am I part of that community? Wouldn't I just be in the way of you? If you're going to
He-
be safe there, then I don't really need to be there.
You would not be in the way. And Bertold will probably be there, and you might have a chance to discuss your writing, and it could be good for your career.
All right. I'll make sure I get something done for it. Is there anything at all? Oh, I'll work something out. But it'll be interesting. Thank you.
Oh my god, he's going to be the prettiest girl at the prom.
He will dress himself up as nicely as he can on the day. He is very much dressed as nobly as he can afford, but you have very, very limited funding between the both of you.
Mhm.
All of your money is spent on making sure he is fed and that you can afford the rent for the area you're staying in.
Mhm.
Even with your job just doesn't sustain two people. And his job hasn't
should
really
really
paid
get
anything yet.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to run and grab some water.
Right? Water break.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh god, Carrie.
I only saw it recently. It was awesome.
The original or the remake?
Oh my
The
god, I was
original.
screaming that question. I was screaming that question with the mute button on, like, what's the original? Or was it the crap one?
It was the original.
I haven't seen the
Oh,
remake.
with like how old is like John Travolta in that film? My god, he's like, he must be like 18 or something. He's so young. Such a
I don't
wild
remember
film.
him.
Isn't
He's-
John
he's-
Travolta a if we speak the name of that
Scientologist?
religion? Yeah, if we speak the name of that religion, we
Yeah.
get sued.
No way.
That was a lowercase s, not capital.
Shame, really.
Whoa.
Well,
It's a minefield.
I love that episode of South Park where everybody's names are redacted. Or they're all like John Wayne or not John Wayne, sorry, John Smith or whatever. Anyway.
Did
To the
you try and
prom.
say did you try and say a generic name there when you came up with John Wayne? You're so
I'm
American.
sorry. It's a Lady Gaga song. What am I gonna do?
Okay, so you're such a queer American.
Okay.
That's
thank you.
just it's okay. Gotta get the accurate description in there. Okay, yes, to the prom.
Yes. Has everybody
Woo.
got their ball gowns ready?
Oh
Your
my god.
corsages.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put is it corsage and then there's another type. But anyway, definitely making sure that Ivan is looking cute because he is.
And I'm just gonna have one of those moments outside the gate with Messiah where he's like pulling my tabard straight and making sure everything's lined up properly like a parent outside the school gates.
Love it.
so
We're gonna
before
look so
anything
cute.
else, you will have your sire turn up to you, Lothar.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
It is effectively straight away, almost as soon as the sun sets. Your sire will find their way to you to make sure that you're ready.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm ready other than having my sword and is he bringing the outfit now?
he has brought the outfit now, yes.
Okay. So Ivan's all ready to go, bless him. And he'll probably have gotten up before me anyway. So I'll just be getting dressed as quickly and efficiently as I can before going to get my sword.
Okay. You are dressed. You are ready. The sword will probably not be on at the minute simply because needing to put on the matching set with your sire.
Mm-hmm.
He will bring what is effectively the more formal version of some of his clothes he has, that he still has more than one pair of. You will both be wearing probably red and I want to say red and blue as the actual colours that you'd be wearing in some very specific pattern to be able to show his heraldry.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll make sure that it all fits correctly and make sure that your sword is worn appropriately for the event.
Okay, this is more like first day of high school, not a prom.
Mm-hmm. Well, it kind of is the first day of high school.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
fine.
not homecoming, but like a commencement fancy pants schmancy thing.
What even is homecoming?
It's a football game where your football team plays a home game and hopes not to lose because that's just embarrassing.
Oh, it's that thing that uni used to do, Rob.
Is it?
Yeah, the
But it
thing
implies that they're coming home. Where are they coming home from?
From playing away games. You know, they have like their football season and they'll go to other schools and they'll play games or they'll host, but then the homecoming is like towards, I think it might be like the end of the season, I'm not quite sure. And then
Yeah.
they'll host a game on their own home turf and hope to win.
yeah,
It's like a big deal.
it's the varsity thing, Rob.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
uni has.
so it's like a rugby tour, but people actually do something other than being drunk.
Well,
Yay.
well.
Some people like me, you know, who are not bad kids and don't do anything bad because we're honor roll students.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot Americans can't drink until 21.
Yeah, I
I
moved to
always
the UK
forget
when I
that.
was 21.
Oh man.
And then here you can just get a drink when you're 13.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when I had my first proper drink with my friends.
Anyway, yeah, so
Just-
Vampire Homecoming.
Just
Yep.
sitting here allergic to alcohol, just like, I can relate to this. Definitely.
Hmm.
Yes, I can relate to the drinking and the... Yes, friends.
home-
I'm
I
just
have
observing
friends.
a series of flashbacks of all of the drunken memories of when I didn't know how to be sensible with alcohol as a teenager.
I didn't even drink... Wait, no. Other than having, like, the Alco Pops thing, I think the first time I drank alcohol was when I was 16, and then I learned I was allergic to it.
Fun experience.
Although I only learned I was allergic to it, like, the week I started uni, so I was, like, 18.
Lame.
But,
But
oh well.
Do high school.
so you are asked by your sire. Are you wanting to meet with your fellow kin, or are you wanting to just go with me?
Is that a question to me?
Yes. After all, actually, you don't have your sword at the minute, do you? It's still with Valens.
Hmm. Yeah. So that kind of
I-
might force a meeting.
Yeah. I think I'd be happy to be presented with just you, but I need to pick up my equipment from Valens, who's given it a bit of a polish before tonight's festivities.
All right. Well, let's go and pick them up and see what happens. Are you
Okay,
taking
Dad,
the
let's
dog?
go meet my friends.
Are you taking the dog?
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not taking
put
the dog.
Doggo. Take the doggo.
I'm not taking the dog. I've not had him for very long, so I don't
Can
want
you
to
imagine if
be
the
in the
dog
prince's
pees
palace.
on people?
Just
Yeah,
imagine
Right,
that
there
the
we
dog runs
go.
up to the
Same
prince
vibe.
and pisses on him.
drops a turd somewhere.
Like without a second thought, like it wouldn't even be a thought. It would just be a dead dog. Like, and I just don't think I could cope. So there is not a shadow of doubt in my mind that my dog is staying home.
Okay.
Sadness. Not sadness that the dog wouldn't die, just sadness that I don't get to meet the dog yet.
There will be time.
Your time will come.
The dog that Crook worked so hard to make sure actually arrived.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't want to get it murdered now.
So, you all head to Valens's then.
Yay!
Yeah.
I have friends. Sometimes.
Sean Messiah, where you live.
I hate you.
It's not intentional. It's just how it worked out. My bad.
It's okay. I already worked for him once. He knows where I live.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Ah, so you clean up things as well as just make them?
Well, yeah, of course I do.
I'll have to have you do a service of a number of my... Well, honestly, things do need repairing as well, actually. Are you available at the moment?
Other than going today for the event thing, yeah.
Ah, good. Well, if you're available, in that case, I wouldn't mind bringing you a full set of armor. Are you all right to repair it all? Everything but the braces is damaged.
Well, I'm glad to see that the braces aren't.
The braces were to repair an old leather set. Never ended up getting them replaced before, so I thought that, well, I'd get some new ones. Anyway, how are all of you then? What are you all? What are you all wanting to get out of this meeting?
Who's he talking to?
Everyone.
Yeah, because is Lothar there as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And I assume Ivan looking cute
Ivan.
and Lothar's master.
I will
Sorry.
I will make a point to state that Valens has prettied himself up and attempted to pretty up Crook.
Bless him.
So
Crook will
Crook,
be better shaved.
yes, he is shaved and has probably a haircut
Ugh.
and has been
Aw.
bathed.
Ugh.
Bless him. I can imagine he's not loved that. Like, you know, in Beauty and the Beast, when The like
Yes,
Yes.
that's exactly
they're all
what
like
I was thinking.
bathing the beast.
Thank you for that image.
I'm sure he loved that. But yes, there is a bathed and shaved crook.
Will they
Instead of
even
the no-
recognize him, Rob?
Well, he's not covered in dirt and stubble, so probably barely, but he's still an appearance 1.
If he's been groomed and stuff, he should be appearance 2 for a night.
He is still appearance 1.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
You do not have the skill level necessary to increase it that much.
It's only 1.
Does not happen.
Jeez.
Oh
It
my
will not
god.
happen.
Ivan is prettier than me, which is obvious, but like numerically so.
Is he prettier than you? What was the
Mhm.
stats I gave?
Appearance 4 for Ivan, and I'm only a 3.
That's fair enough.
Hey, me and Ivan will match.
We're
I
like those
remember that he
couples where
was-
like the pretty person is like, why are they dating that person?
Hmm.
Must be for our personality.
But yes, you have pretty Ivan, who is nice and pretty since he has glammed himself up as much as he can with no money. Ivan may even comment on the fact that he is poor. At the same time,
Not
he has
not
been
for
used to
much
traveling.
longer.
Hopefully not for much longer. So,
Hi.
Crook will look towards all of you. Are we going to do something then, or is it just going to be
Was standing here awkwardly?
traipsing around and waiting for whatever it is that is going to try and kill us at this place?
Shush, shush, shush. Nothing's going to kill us.
He just looks
I'll-
hesitant.
If I heard Crook saying all that about like what's gonna kill us, I'll let him know that I'll keep an eye out for him.
Thank you.
That would probably be taken as a threat.
Oh, I'm like not in a threatening way.
That means nothing to Crook.
Everything is
Says the
threatened.
over 6-foot man with a massive blade. Like, sorry, I'll look out for you. And Asta's standing over there looking at him like food.
Miss Thing over here.
Poor Crook. I'm starting to feel
Bless
for him.
Oh yeah.
Crook is great. I feel so sorry for my friendo. But Rob.
Yeah?
If Valent is already appearance 4 and he does the whole spending the entire night up to this point putting himself up, is he 5 for a bit? Because that's how the rules are meant to work, but he is already a higher appearance, so...
It's a case of, remember, its appearance is logarithmic.
I know.
All lots are logarithmic. So going from 4 to
Rob,
5.
I'm just asking because that's literally how the rules are written.
Yeah. Sure, there is the temporary 5th dot of appearance if you are glamming yourself up and trying to look more noble.
Yes.
You could also do the exact opposite and try and appear more grubby.
Yes. Valent does look like a noble snack. But I just wasn't able to do it for Crook. He's still 1 dot, probably almost 2 dot.
Little
Almost.
rascal.
Probably looks like
Almost
someone
looks
who's 2 dot but has had a bit
Totally
of
on
Nosferatu
brand.
blood.
He can be like this can be like those cliques where like it's a bunch of hot people. So if somebody's seen with them, then they're like by proxy hot.
Crook is here to make everyone else look better.
You know what?
Also
Sure,
that.
fine with that. That works.
Poor Crook.
I know. He's part of like the Mean Girls like clique. He's the one that like is just simply there to make everyone else look hot. Aww.
I'll make everyone else look competent later on, eh?
So, you travel towards the gates of the palace.
E.
Everyone is as equipped as they wish to be.
Mm-hmm.
We currently have a Ventru in armor, a Toreador in the padding of armor, looking somewhat more noble, and we have two nobles, one who looks like a shaved bear, and the other one who looks more or less like they actually belong in the clothes they're wearing,
And
and is magnificent to their best of their ability.
yay, I'm sexy.
And a little poet.
Yes, I'm
Mhm.
the poet.
There is a very, very pretty poet as well. The pretty poet will probably attempt to fall in line with the very, very pretty noble,
Okay.
Yee.
simply
Little
because.
ducklings.
And
Rob.
yeah.
Valens will be wearing whatever the smartest outfit. Yes, shaved fur, just the poor guy. Whatever the most, I would say, extravagant outfit that he has from his dometer is,
Mhm.
along with some arm guards and his sword.
Okay.
And
Are
the
you
arm guards will be
wearing
as
the?
pretty as he can make them because it's essentially him advertising.
Okay. What kind of arm guards? Are they plate? Are they leather? Are they the um, strip mail?
They will be, ooh, they will be lamella style, but there will be a lot of engraving in them.
Okay, so all of the likely bronze or brass,
Mhm,
and that will all have etchings on it.
because that would match with the green.
Okay.
He'll probably have even used some of the silver in the recesses of it to make it stand out more.
Okay. You arrive at the gates, and there is a Ventra who is currently in freshly painted armor, bearing a white background with a black cross. The medallion is effectively outside the armor to be visible, and he will remove his helmet and nod slowly to Asta. It is your sire.
Right.
He will look down, or well, look up actually at you, do a quick walk around, and this is how you should be dressed for this. Congratulations.
I'll bow.
He will effectively offer an arm
Oh, I
and
will
make
take
sure,
it.
and he will make sure that the Ventru go in first.
Nice. Slick.
Who wishes to jump on being the next ones to go in? After all, you have to show the letter to go in.
Obviously, Valens.
What? What?
Alan's got first shout and therefore sneaks in next.
Yes.
These little. It's. You're too little. You just snuck under my legs.
Obviously, with Crook beside me.
Oh, heck.
Hey, make an entrance in the back of the pack.
I just rolled a self-control, and Ivan will probably sneak in with the two other ghouls.
Oh,
Yes,
He's just
ghoul
no!
sneaks in
squad.
there,
We have
trying
another
to
ghoul
match with
squad.
nobles,
Oh, heck.
and he's just going to wait for Lothar to catch up with his sire.
Yeah, we'll probably need to catch up because, like, he's my +1. So I don't think that they'll let him in.
Funnily enough, whenever the guards are shown the letter, they just seem to kind of blank out a bit.
Okay.
So
Scheiße.
unless Valens wishes to stop Ivan coming in with them, the guards are effectively powerless to stop him.
I'm not gonna do that.
So he's essentially gate crashing.
He is essentially gate crashing, even though he's been invited.
Now I have the Crash the
Brilliant.
Wedding song stuck in my head.
Your sire will turn to you, Lothar.
Yeah.
We don't need to be here at any time at all. The entire night is for this. There really isn't any rush. Many people will even be remaining here, likely. For all they have to travel. So, what do you think you should do as soon as you go in there? There's going to be a lot of people. Who do you want to go and see? What kind of person do you want to see?
To be someone has a
Maybe
mentor.
more of our clan?
Good idea. They're much more important than the rest. Now, come on. He takes the letter and presents it. The guard will effectively look over it. He'll get to a certain point and just kind of mindlessly give it back to you and let you through the gate.
Okay. We're in, guys. We're in. Out of
What?
character.
We're like way ahead of you.
I
Kiddo,
know.
what are you doing? One
Does
sec.
she need
I'm being fashionably late. It's what Toreadors do. Jesus.
What are you doing?
I just like the idea of Lothar like standing there going, "We're in, guys," and the rest of the group is like miles ahead. Like, yeah, catch up.
Yeah. Like you actually want to be the first person on the dance floor. Sure, whatever. Losers.
Oh my god, he's such a Toreador.
I
So,
know.
you venture inward.
Mm.
The Ventru arriving first, you get to the chest. There are a lot of things in here. There are different styles of sword from nearly any region, falchions and messers, straight arming swords, scimitars, and sabers. Otherwise, there are a number of polearms effectively lent up inside the box. There is a blunderbuss just sat there, though
Want.
there doesn't seem any
Sorry.
shot for it.
Want it.
But there is
Oh my
just
goodness.
so much just left in the box. And this is just in
So
the
this
middle
is
of
what
the
he was
corridor
talking-
left open.
This is what Messiah was telling me about, that I could take anything I wanted. Does this mean there's going to be a big old fight? Oh my god, is it
Melee?
like a death match? Ooh. Okay.
Now we know why the ghouls were invited.
Absolutely not.
Pit fight time.
Time to die.
Are there any like evil looking daggers?
Yeah,
I want a
are there
misery
any
cord.
daggers? I want one.
I want a
Because
misery cord.
I would be fighting with a two-handed blade, but if I somehow became disarmed, I would like something there to like fall back on, like a shorter blade, just something really nasty.
You'll note that there don't seem to be any what would be considered more secondary weapons other than, of course, swords. The swords are effectively all there as more decoration than anything if you were to wear one. But there doesn't seem to be any hatchets. There aren't any knives. There's no weaponized farming tools. It is very much noble weapons. And
Okay,
even
so
though
it's more
most
about
nobles-
making the show.
even though a noble would be expected to still probably wear a dagger or a bollock knife,
Mm.
there aren't any short knives here.
Weird.
The shortest you'll get is at least a foot and a half long.
Okay, I don't need anything strange. I'll turn, if I can, if I've got the opportunity, I'll turn to my sire and say, "Is it necessary that I take something?"
He just shakes his head. You're already well enough equipped. This here is charity for those who feel insecure. So, the Ventra are the first to enter, then the ghouls, and then the Toreadors. Where do the Ventru wish to go initially? Where do you wish to guide your
Ooh.
sires? He will effectively take a step back once you enter and allow you to guide where you think you should be going.
Well, I don't have any sort of innate sense of like who my clan are, apart from people I've already met. So if I scan the room, like, do I get a general idea about the sort of groups of people that I'm seeing? What's the sense I get?
There is a gentleman who is dressed in very, very aged and weathered clothes that effectively match Valence's. He wears a turban and has a short-cut beard. His clothes, however, do actually appear to be about as old as Valence's are styled after.
Wow.
He has got beside him a rather horrific looking person whose skin is effectively all just melting off of their face, wearing a decent blue coat, who appears to just
Oh.
be conversing. Otherwise, there are a group of people who appear to be hunters. There are a number of different people who are dressed as knights. Victor will be here and is currently talking with someone who is very, very well dressed, and and there's also a number of effectively courtesans who appear to keep grouping up together, dispersing, and then grouping back up again.
Oh, this is a toughie. My instinct is to introduce my presence to like the most senior person that I know of in the room, which is obviously Victor. So I would probably gravitate over there unless my sire looked like I'd made the wrong choice as I'm starting to move in that direction.
Just for note, the prince is already in the room. He is at the far end and he's sat
Ooh.
on his throne.
Then it would probably be like a bow to the prince, surely, to be like, I'm here, and kind of give him the respect that's due when you enter the room. Unless I see that no one else is approaching him, and then I'd probably be a little bit hesitant.
At the minute, no one is going towards the prince.
Ugh. Okay.
Effectively, the prince is flanked by someone who is just wearing rather nice merchant clothing, and to the other side is the sheriff.
Okay. Oh my God, this is so hard. Etiquette is tricky. Is there something that I can roll that
Yeah.
would to see if my character would know? Because obviously I'm dumb.
Will you roll me your wits and etiquette, please?
Mhm.
At difficulty 6. The more successes
Are we
you get, the
still
more you get.
using dice rolling?
Whichever one still works. So I know that we've
Both
still
of
got
them work.
Masquerade that works. Yeah. We had to. Oh no, the other one removed itself because it went down.
No, I removed that one. Masquerade still works.
Okay. So the one where I use like m.roll.
Mhm.
Awesome.
To
So
make a
that's
note,
wits and etiquette.
there appears to be an issue with the Masquerade bot where it doesn't count 10s as 2 anymore, so a 1 can cancel out a 10 at the minute. So you might want to keep an eye on that.
It might mean just manual
Wasn't that
counting.
always it was working that way? Anyway, so it was wits and etiquette, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's a 4, and then the difficulty was
6. The more successes you get, the more information you get.
What I mean
one
is,
success.
in the dice roller, when it shows you the values and then it has the 1 and then a number that's crossed out, instead of it just being in brackets, it crosses it out
right.
with a 10 now.
Got you.
Okay.
Got you. So the way it's crossed out that 8 in my roll there, got you. That makes sense.
So you've still got the 1 success.
Mhm.
So for 1 success, you will effectively know that at the minute the prince isn't to be approached. He has not formally entered this, even though he is sat there.
Mhm.
The prince will acknowledge you effectively by not saying anything when you get here and telling you to leave.
Yeah.
He will acknowledge everyone formally when all of this starts.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just know that the Ventro are noble.
Yeah. That's who I would want to associate myself with. Can I do a quick glance to Valens to see if he's noticed this other figure with the same clothes or the similar clothes?
Okay. In the time of you hesitating, sure.
What is he? Do I see any visible reaction?
Give me a sec. I'm a roll a thing to see if that is a yes. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops.
Well done.
Shush. Oh shit, yeah, that's a definite yes. He will see them, raise eyebrows slightly, and then just slink into a corner.
Okay. Okay.
So he will attempt to just no.
So this will just be a notice from Asta, no, outward reaction, and then move over towards Victor to introduce myself. Or introduce that I'm there, rather, because obviously we already know each other.
Mm-hmm. You head over to Victor.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a few people around him. There is a woman who is dressed in a plain dress. She has ink stains on her fingers, and is effectively just talking to him very casually about things that have been happening with herds, and will move out of the way when you approach. Valens, are you wishing to join?
Valens is hiding in a corner at the minute with Crook.
Oh, that's fair enough. Crook will continue to hide. Ivan will. What will Ivan
Oh,
do?
actually, yeah. What will Ivan do? Because he may not go hide in the corner since Ivan's with them.
Ivan is just going to kind of wander into the center area and just look around in bewilderment.
Okay, yeah,
Adorable.
I'll be going with him.
He's like a babe in the woods. Oh my god.
He will effectively just say hello to everyone he goes past.
Oh.
And Lothar, you and your sire will enter. You notice that Crook and Valens have effectively started to go to the corner, but Valens seems to have noticed Ivan just being friendly.
And it's just like,
Uh,
no, must go fix. Don't do this.
Asta and her sire have gone towards Victor and a woman in a plain dress. There will probably be a few other people gathered around them, but they aren't exactly of note at the minute.
Okay. I'll if I can see Ivan, I would want to, as politely as possible, make a beeline for him
So that's three
to
of
make
us
sure that
just
Bertolt
going.
doesn't intercept him.
That's three of us going straight for Ivan now. Then.
Do you wish to use supernatural speed to make sure you get there?
No. No, I want to look like I'm milling about, but I'm really like trying, like concentrating on where he is.
Okay.
Whereas Valens is actually beelining straight for him, probably kind of marching as he walks to just, nope, I'm getting you out of this situation before you make a mess of it.
Must prevent a faux pas.
You know, at the end of What We Do in the Shadows, the movie, when they've got freaking Stu in the Unholy Masquerade, and people start to ask him, like, are you predeceased? That's all I'm thinking right now. Like, I just need to go and get...
Somebody just sniffing on him. Oh,
So,
buddy.
Off to a
will
good
you
start.
both make me a dex and etiquette roll to do this somewhat properly?
Certainly.
Okay, difficulty?
You're both rolling against each other. I'm going to say difficulty 7.
I got 3 successes because that's a 10.
I must have stepped on someone.
Not today, Lothar. Not today.
That's an actual botch.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeesh.
Get my mistake out of the way early, right?
So you enter, and as you start to go, your sire goes to try and stop you. But since you're quickly gaining pace, you will effectively probably automatically use celerity to start moving, meaning you will effectively semi-clothesline yourself as you enter.
That's amazing.
Outstanding.
So
Well
him
done, me.
trying to raise an arm to stop you ends up being him slapping you in the middle of the chest and you falling backwards slightly.
I'm
A
super
number
sorry
of
to bring
people-
this up, but you threw up on that guy and now you're falling over and I'm just like,
Whatever,
what's
I'm
happening?
adorable. I'm a himbo. Leave me alone, Jesus.
Oh, I love it. I'm loving it.
Oh god.
Let me be my cute self.
But yes,
Understood.
Valens makes it there first, due to whatever that was.
I will just tap Ivan on the shoulder and point back to Lothar, who is now on the floor.
I'm not on the floor, I think.
You are knocked backwards, but you are not
okay.
actually on the floor.
Okay, just points back at Lothar.
He will start to rush back.
Does the chuckle, realizes that he is in the middle of the room, and then just goes, ah. And goes to Victor. Because he has to go to
That's
someone
probably-
now that everyone's probably seen him.
Yes. Yes, you would. So, you head towards Victor.
Mhm.
There is Asta and her sire, not Heinrich.
Henrik? Henrik? Yeah, Henrik.
Heading there. Crook is going to stay with you for now, but will nod towards a few people.
Okay. I see how this is.
Is there any music?
At the minute, no.
Okay, I was just curious.
Nothing has formally started yet. There is no current entertainment. It is just people getting here and becoming settled. You now have Lothar. What are you doing after staggering backwards a little bit once you enter?
Trying my hardest not to move anything.
Okay. You stay put as you see everyone rush over to Victor.
Is Victor seated?
Victor is seated, yes.
Is he like, is that other seating? Or is it like, that he's
Uh,
Victor?
Victor is seated in a wheelchair and has his ghoul behind him.
Oh.
This is the thing that I said that you didn't know in the last session.
What?
That
Wait, what?
that Victor can't walk. He's in a wheelchair.
Of course I didn't know because he was just sat down. He didn't move about nothing. Oh my
Nope.
goodness. Oh, okay.
He has a ghoul that looks like he is related to him, that is currently
Literally
helping him move around.
every time that I have any sort of interaction, whether in his presence or talking about him, I want to know more about Victor. I have so many questions.
Victor's great.
Yeah, the only person sat currently is Victor.
Okay, and the prince, obviously.
Actually, in that case, yeah, the prince is sat, and the two people to his flank, so the sheriff and the person in merchant
Oh,
clothes
okay.
as well, are sat.
Cool.
Everyone else is stood around talking. I really need to stop fiddling with my keys.
Yes. I got you a weird fiddle cube thing. Where is it?
In front of me, I just keep picking up my keys because they're shiny.
What?
You magpie.
Right, I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna give the cat her last food so we don't end up feeding her at like 10 o'clock.
She see what food is already down there because I gave her a little bit of chicken paste.
There isn't anything.
There isn't anything at the minute. All right, she ate that then. I hope she enjoyed it.
Yes, I'm just gonna give her a sachet of food and then I'll be back. It'll only be a few seconds.
Right.
No worries.
So,
The cats demand the food.
Of course, cats come first.
so first things first then. Asta, you and your sire approach Victor. Your
Yes.
your God damn it, sire is going to bow so that he gets just below Victor's eye level.
Mm-hmm.
So it ends up being quite the low. I can't speak right now. Low bow.
Is it practical for me to go lower? Or would it be etiquette to match the same? Or is it because I'm lower in the chain than Henrik, then I should bow lower? Like, how is that how that works? Or should I match the same depth?
How many dots of etiquette do you have?
1.
You just know that since this person outranks you, you need to bow below them. You are next to your
I don't
sire
think
who also outranks you.
this is a minefield. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with my instinct and bow a bit lower.
Okay. You bow effectively as lowly as you can, reasonably. And
Saving a bit for what I'm gonna do for the prince, obviously.
Mhm.
Not like fully low.
and Victor will acknowledge you both and greet you both.
Hey.
For non-Americans, prom is hell. Oh.
So this is like prom.
Mm-hmm.
So, Victor will acknowledge that you have given him a big bow and will ask if you wish to join the conversation, just discussing the way that they're currently trying to manage herds.
Thank you, yes.
And he will introduce the person that he's talking to. This is Velma. She is one of the Tremere here.
Velma, as in Scooby-Doo.
Same spelling, yes.
Awesome. And yeah, I wasn't implying that this is a character extracted from Scooby-Doo.
Love
Although
Scooby-Doo,
that
what
would
are you
be
talking about?
amazing.
Right?
Cool, Velma. And this is the lady with the stained fingers.
Yes. Ink stained fingers, a plain dress.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to meet you all. Is there anything at all you're looking to get hold of in the area? I can suggest a few books if you like. Any information you need or any magics you might think of, I am more than happy to help.
Okay. I'll be very, very gracious and thank her profusely because I've been looking to expand my horizons. So the offer of knowledge is much appreciated.
But so how are the herds in Nuremberg? Will be asked. Your sire will simply respond with, the herds of Nuremberg are looking after themselves at the minute. Luckily enough, no one is trying to harm them for now. And then Velma will look towards you, Asta, as Valens will start to approach. Lothar, are you going to approach Victor as well, or are you going for somewhere else?
No, we
So I
were
am
gonna
going to
look
be here.
for Toridors.
Okay. How are you trying to identify Toreadors?
Well, I've met Johan.
Okay. Johan does not appear to be here yet.
I've
Okay.
met Stoke as well.
Stoke is,
Yeah.
however, here. Stoke
Yeah.
keeps bumping into the courtesans.
Cute. Yeah, if I recognize Stoke, I would like glacially, very slowly head in that direction.
Okay. You head towards Stoke. So, just quickly back to dealing with Victor and Velma.
Would
Velma
Valens
will...
have-
Yeah, Valens will get there as this question is asked. And they will all move out the way yet again to let you in, and both will nod towards you.
Hi.
Oh, hello, I was just about to ask about herd management and such. Are you with these here?
Technically.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. If you're wanting to read anything, I have a number of books I could print and sell for you if you like.
He will look excited at the idea.
But yes, how is it you're managing herds here? What is your name, ma'am? As they look towards Asta.
Asta, and I'll give a bow, unsure about what depth, but still respectful. Can't believe you made that joke.
Velma will effectively curtsy and bow as lowly as you do.
Okay. Cool.
But how is it you manage your herds?
I'm very new to the skill. I have a 2 or 3, and then I like look at like Henrik and like totally not sure what to say here at all. Kind of trying to be gracious, but also not wanting to give away too much information and a little bit uncomfortable.
Heinrich will effectively butt in for you. They are unannounced and new to this. They have not set themselves up with their own herd, but are relying simply on those who wander through their domain. She will accept this answer and effectively just say to you, oh, if you're wanting ways to gather herd, you want to make sure that they're going to be staying with you for a long time. So be careful with simply being, simply only having herd of people who go out to fight wars.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Don't worry, we all want to look after each other here.
That's Rachel. That is Rachel, by the way. Asta did not do that.
So Valens will look incredibly awkward and just... I don't think we've been introduced.
My name is Velma. I am a bookshop keeper here. If you're wanting any books, I can make sure that they're printed for you. I have a few copies that I'm trying to get hold of, and if you want anything reprinting or copying out, it might take some time, but I can make sure that books are being copied.
Oh, fair enough. I'm Valens. I make armor.
Oh, do you make anything else?
Anything else that you can make in a similar way?
Can you make clasps?
Yes.
Would I be able to come to you for a number of clasps?
Of course.
Do you have the materials to make chests?
Yes.
Oh, in that case, I have quite a few things to come to you. Do I go to your master or yourself?
Myself. He will
All right.
look a bit, He will
I just don't
try
want
to not look offended when she says that.
Oh, apologies. I just don't want to be standing on anyone's toes or upsetting anyone else.
That isn't
If-
something you need to worry about.
Oh, that's fair enough. Well, that's good to hear. She will just look to Asta and kind of nod, and then look back to Valens. So, is there anything that you're wanting to share about your experiences with our kind yet?
He will look to Asta in confusion and then look back at Velma.
Victor will look towards you. Feel free to speak. Well, speak freely round us. We aren't ones to judge in this kind of behavior. We want to know what we can do to make sure that everyone is better looked after in the area. You're our closest open tie to herd that we can have.
I'm gonna roll for this, Rob, because I don't have a clue what to say here.
Okay.
What am I rolling?
What are you trying to decide for in character?
I have no idea what I meant to talk to these people about, other than do they think that Asta is my master or something?
It does appear so.
I had that same vibe, and I was like, oh,
Okay.
I don't know whether to correct her.
Okay. I will just well, being here is certainly odd.
Oh?
Well, yeah, being so far away from my master is strange.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh.
So you've been sent here then?
He will nod.
Well, I am sure that the long journey was worth it. If you're needing shelter still, if you're new here, I can find space for you.
No, I've been here about a year now.
Oh, I'm really sorry that I haven't come to find you.
I own the armor smith.
Apologies, I don't tend to wear armor.
I
I'm
don't
not
blame
exactly
you.
the kind. I'm not exactly the kind to get into fights, and usually my my bust can get in the way of basic plate.
There will be an eyebrow raised, and then a
I've
look
never-
at Asta.
Well, I can't
Asta
exactly
has
afford.
stony face.
I can't exactly afford fitted plate, and it's not exactly my place to be on a battlefield. At least not like that. I've been there a couple of times, but not for that reason.
Oh,
Ooh, that was cryptic.
Well, they're to observe and learn, and more importantly, they're to make sure that hills and such that were being climbed were a bit harder to climb.
he will look confused.
Oh,
And
I
I'm gonna
use
quickly
my-
roll a dice.
my suspicion is
Aim for
appearing correct.
5, difficulty 8. Okay, that is a nil. Okay.
Okay.
He has not connected the dots. Because he was not there when she said that she was a Tremere.
Nope.
Dun dun.
How did you make it more difficult to climb?
Using my kindred abilities.
Just looks more confused.
I can control the weather.
Oh.
I made it so
What
that
does Asta sees? Sorry. What does Asta's see Valen's reaction is to that?
He
Like,
essentially kind of jumps slightly and stands up a lot straighter.
Oh, interesting.
As though his level of opinion of this person has just jumped significantly. And now instead of seeing them as essentially an equal, it is superior time.
Ooh.
Which isn't the case, but he knows to act that way. So he is not relaxed anymore.
I will take note of that. If you're ever needing any changes to the weather, I can try and do my best, but usually it's to make sure crops are doing as well as they can.
Right. So you use magics?
Well, yes. I thought that was self-evident, sorry.
Self-evident in what way?
Well, most people don't exactly have sway over the weather.
Fair point.
Are you also new to all of this?
No, just sheltered.
Ah, fair enough. We have a lot of those that we know about. And sorry for keeping you out of things. You chose to go off to Stoke.
No, it's totally fine. I love it.
My master was quite the fan of magic too.
Oh, hopefully I've met them.
Hopefully not.
That kind. Fair enough. Well, hopefully I can straighten them out at some point. Or help in straightening them out.
Just looks to Crook with eyebrows raised, then just looks back. It will be just a glance.
Okay. I think I get that. Crook is just kind of amazed by the fact this person can control the weather still, and that they aren't menacing immediately.
So, how do you do magic?
With the power of the blood, just like anyone else. We're kindred. We use blood. It's
Well,
blood magic.
yes, but how?
It is simply a focus of will and want. I make it so that it suits. I make my surroundings suit me. It's the same as the rest of humanity. Just I have a very different way about it.
Okay. Huh.
It is as it is. I just make sure that the world around me suits me. You would do the same thing every day, just minor works of magic. Yourself, Asta, do you have any kind of need of anything?
Valens relaxes slightly.
She does appear to be giving Valens a bit of a break.
I'll smile like graciously and say not at this time, but I'm glad to know that I can call on you if should the need arise.
Should you need me, I will do my best to be as available as possible. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you three. I am sorry, but I have got other people to meet with. You will note that as she leaves, two people will enter. The two people are dressed very differently. One of them is short, bald, and quite aged. I'm honestly kind of now seeing a less comic version of oh damn it, Uncle Fester. A less comic version of Uncle Fester
Oh.
enters
Oh no.
Mhm.
Okay. Valens hides. Valens
next
hides.
to a man wearing Lanchnet clothes. He enters and is wearing Lanchnet clothes, and the clothes also have a number of pouches. The armor he wears is simply a breastplate.
Is it one of mine?
Hmm?
Is it one of mine?
It is not.
Aww. Too good for my armor.
It is actually better.
Fuck you. My armor's great.
But yeah, Velma will wander off to these two, and once they have entered the room and looked around, a large stony creature will emerge through the doorway with them. It will take off a cloak, fold it over its arm, and stand behind them.
Hansy?
Ooh.
Is it? Is it?
It probably would be, yes.
Yes!
Although
My
at this point,
gargoyle is still alive.
name.
I'm so happy. Sorry. It's
all good.
mine. I made that one. Not made it. I didn't make it the way that anyway.
different campaign, Laura.
I know, but it was my character that I made. It makes me happy.
But yes, this huge rocky monster that is just grotesque to look at will emerge through the doorway, take off its cloak, and hold it over its arm. The creature has huge arms, and its legs appear to lock if it tries to crouch. And they will,
Wow.
the three of them, wander off into the party together. One thing that you probably won't have realized because you were there with Victor. She also breathes.
Oh.
So, Valens will see those things. Asta will notice all of the colour drain from his face, and he and Crook will probably just step backwards into the crowd and then go hide in a corner.
Okay, so that's two people that have made you want to hide now. Is that right?
No, Velma was just alert.
You know, the first guy in the matching or the similar style clothes, you kind of slunk off into the background when we first entered the room before we had the interaction with Victor. Is this the same dude?
No.
Oh, so there's two separate people who've wigged it out.
Mhm.
Oh,
Well, one of them looks like
interesting.
he's from the same place as me, and that's a bad. And the other one's
Mhm.
just that's a big scurry stone creature thing, and I've seen similar-ish things to that, and no, I'm staying away from that. No, just no.
Okay. Interesting.
It's scary.
It's
Also,
spoopy.
sorry about my nerding out about Hansy. Hansy is best. His name isn't even Hansy yet, because I haven't named him, and it makes me sad. But it's still Hansy. He's called Hansy because he has big hands.
Yeah. So, Lothar, you approach a Stoke.
Mhm.
He has just been talking with a number of courtesans that wandered up to him and then wandered off, and is now approaching a man in a large grey robe. He will notice you and wait for you to come with him.
Oh, lovely. I'll go with Stoke.
Hmm.
Let's go make some friends.
Yay, friends.
You and Stoke both effectively will get together first. How have you been finding this evening? Are you ready for what is due of you?
I should hope so.
Well, this here is someone that is at least important for the Venture, and they will approach the robed man with his pointy hat currently hidden somewhere inside the robe, because he's inside and therefore he takes off his hat.
Okay. Is this the chronicler?
Are you asking that out loud?
No. Sorry. That's out of character.
You would not know at this point in time. He is
Okay,
wearing
that's
a
fine.
big grey robe, has
Yeah.
a long beard, and has effectively a long hair tied back in a ponytail at this point in time. He is effectively Gandalf,
Nice.
but definitely not the nicest of Gandalfs.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
No hat.
no hat at
Alright.
the minute. He's inside.
Lovely. I'll follow Stoke.
He's not wearing his hat.
No, he's inside. It's not polite. His many dots in etiquette dictate that he should take off his hat inside.
My mind has been blown.
Let me just open up that sheet just so that it's there. What's this sheet? There it is. So,
Did
he will.
Sistrato and Ivan, did they stay behind? Or are they with me and Stoke?
Ivan is with you.
Oh,
and
okay.
Stoke. And Sostrato and Ivan will effectively be quickly just going over what he knows about Kindred and that he needs to know to stay near to his friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, this person is just in a cloak. You see no arms, you see the bottom of some shoes. He is just a grey cone with a head at the top at the minute.
Cool.
And he will just bow to you, and he will bow effectively to a right angle.
Okay. I'll do the same.
Okay. You bow an equal amount. He just looks you over. Stoke will just kind of stand there for a few seconds. So, yes, this is Rambert. He's good for getting things and information. I'm good for sorting out problems in the area. Is there anything at all that you're needing me to do?
Me? No. I'm just happy to make his acquaintance.
No, it's a pleasure to meet you. Are you... So you're Sostrato's Childer?
Yes. And I'll sort of half turn towards Sistrato.
He will do the same right angle bow and come back up again. Have you ever tried... Have you ever tried coffee?
A long time ago.
You will know that coffee is brand new to the continent.
I mean, a long time ago, as in before I was embraced. I don't mean like literal years or anything.
It's more a case of coffee is near enough unobtainable.
Just kidding. I might
Yeah,
have
it's-
thought I've had it.
Sorry, I should have
No,
made
it's
it
fine.
clear that it's effectively a invite and trick question.
Uh-huh.
But yes, he asks if you have ever had coffee.
Shall I do a type of roll to see if I think I've probably had coffee?
Effectively, it's a resource roll.
Okay. So this is gonna go badly, but I fancy giving it a go.
And with it being coffee, the difficulty will be 8.
Just straight resource, nothing else.
Just resource.
No worries.
This is brand new from the Americas.
Hey, some kind of success.
Whoa.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
2 successes,
You
right?
apparently have at least seen or probably even tasted coffee. Therefore, you know it's extremely bitter.
Mhm.
Do you know anyone who wants it?
You can get coffee.
I have coffee.
On you?
He just-
On your person?
a gloved hand just emerges from the robe in front, and there is just a bag of coffee. There is just a small sack.
Wow. I think Lothar will actually say a little Owen Wilson, wow.
Why were there loads of rolls?
I don't know.
Testing a thing in the dice roller test thing. So if you put the word spec afterwards, 10s count as 2. That's an update.
Oh.
I had to do a couple of rolls until I got a 10. But yeah, that's a thing now. They've added
Cool.
the exploding 10 thing.
Woohoo!
Okay. But yes, I have coffee, and I'm not exactly sure what to do with it.
I will make inquiries and see if I can't find somebody who can take it off of you for a price.
I'm more wondering what it does.
Oh. It's
Apparently,
for
it has
drinking.
certain. Is it?
Yes. I'm not sure how it's made. That's not really my expertise, but my knowledge of it is drunk.
He just opens the bag and looks at the whole beans in this sack,
Oh
closes
man,
the
it'll
bag
smell
back up,
amazing.
and it retreats back into his robe. I guess I will have to try and work out how you're meant to drink coffee. The last person I tried to encounter with this suggested you simply sniff it.
You could probably eat the beans, but I don't think they would taste very good.
Oh my god, can you
Unless
imagine
they're
them
covered
using
in
coffee
chocolate.
as snuff? Oh,
Oh, fuck.
that's not gonna go well.
No. In fact, I realized, like, if it's just, like, this early coffee, it probably hasn't been, like, nicely roasted and stuff, so it probably
Mhm.
won't smell too nice.
No.
And even if it has,
This
it's
is-
probably not very recent because it's going to have come on a long ass journey.
Mm-hmm.
These are just dried beans. They are probably sun roasted, if anything.
Mm.
Probably Arabica. Oof.
Yeah, these will just be dried out coffee beans, effectively shipped straight from the Americas that have only just really started existing.
Wow.
Lush. I love coffee, me.
How is sugar doing at this point in time
What kind
in
of
terms
sugar?
of like well, obviously not the granulated stuff that we're used to today, but some form of like confection sugar or something that's getting into the local, well, the noble populace's diet. Like, is it something that people can obtain, or is it just not a thing yet? We're probably
So,
about 100 years out, aren't we, from the sugarcane stuff really kicking off?
sugar comes from effectively the Middle East. It's been
Okay.
there quite a while, but mass farming of it hasn't really happened yet, simply because it's just not really got anywhere else it can really be grown.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also it's Middle Eastern and Far Eastern.
Yeah. And then I
But
think some dude
here,
recognized that he could take those plants to South America, and away we go.
effectively, it is extremely rare, and it is very much a luxury to be used in anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as sugar is concerned, it's very much unrefined.
Yeah.
But yeah, it will be a case of you are stood in front of Rembert still, and he will just look toward you. So, what role do you think you're going to serve here?
I hope to be of use as a defender or something similar to make use of my experience.
So, You're going to be another person who fights here.
If it's needed.
Right. Well, we're always in need of more people who can defend others. How is it you do that?
I will in the past I've tried to defend people from raven witch hunters
It is
because they more often than not attack and get communities to turn on the vulnerable, and I think that's unfair.
It is certainly good to be defending those who can't defend themselves. How do you drive the witch hunters away?
Physically, if I have to.
What about if that draws in more? Thinking now that you're a witch.
None have made the connection so far. Attempt at humor. Ha ha ha.
He will smile and nod. The brute force way of dealing with witch hunters is useful. Just make sure that there aren't a trail of bodies left behind and that they aren't accusing you when you start the fight.
I'll thank him for the advice. I think it's very well spoken.
And challenging to a duel like your master or your sire here, he will squint at him. Doesn't usually end very well. They aren't noble. They are hunters and monsters. And like you said, they tear apart civilization. Sostrato will defend himself with, I will not challenge a hunter, they are not deserving of such things. I will simply challenge other kindred and any noble who thinks them better than myself. Careful there, Renvit, or I might end up having to challenge you. We all know that we would not want that.
Oh my gosh. I thought only Valens and Asta fought. I didn't realize that kindred could fight each other, and I'm gonna be a bit uncomfortable.
Oh no.
Stoke will stand in between the two of them. If you're going to end up fighting, make sure it's not inside my domain or anywhere near it. Else I have to get the sheriff involved. So, if you're finished being children with each other, then I'm going to go and enjoy myself away from people who are going to detract from all of the joys of flaunting around with people who actually understand what I'm talking about, instead of being half drunk. Well, Lothar, do you wish to let your sire go and fester with someone else, or are you wanting to drag them along with you all night?
I think I might have to roll to figure out how to react to that because that's a bit dramatic.
If you wish to roll, it is your choice what you think you're trying to decide. I can give hints as to what you might want to roll.
Let me see, 2 seconds.
Rob?
Yeah?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah?
Does Stuck put any emphasis on the word your when he says your sire?
Yes.
Thought so.
Would some kind of like charisma etiquette type of thing, like to sort of figure how I would react in the social situation that I found myself?
Sure, charisma and etiquette would be able to present yourself well for whatever decision you make.
Or contrarily poorly.
Depending on how it goes.
Yeah. What would the difficulty rating be?
Sorry?
Gesundheit.
The difficulty is... How difficult do you think the situation is? For your character, not for yourself.
Yeah. I would say probably challenging.
In that case, I will go with a difficulty of... I'm going to go with a difficulty of 8.
Okay. And did you say that you type spec after the difficulty?
Because we always go with exploding 10s.
Okay. Oh, how about that?
That is 3 because it still cancels one of the 10s with the 1 because it's stupid now.
Okay.
It's trying.
It's apparently they're gonna push another update in a few days and it should fix it.
Cool.
But yeah. So you get the idea that you aren't here with your sire, but you're still representing him.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to stay with your sire. Your sire might have things he needs to go and sort independently.
Mhm.
It is fine for you to depart from him and let him make his own scene instead of you being part of his scene.
Could I essentially try to get an aura read from him to see if he is wanting? I'm not sure how. I don't think that would read. Like to see if he'd be happy for me to go away and like split the party even more, if that makes sense.
You would still have to be rolling empathy for that.
Yeah.
It would still be perception empathy, and instead of it being reading auras, you'd just be trying to read his actual face
Okay.
and stance and such.
Lovely. I'll give that a go. Is that an 8 still?
I'm going to go with difficulty 7. He is presenting himself currently and trying to make sure things are clear for you. But it's still
Okay.
trying to read a face.
Is that
That's still one success.
okay.
Yeah. So, from what you can see, he seems more annoyed with Stokes' behavior than anything else in this situation.
Mhm.
He is annoyed with Stoke. He does not mind what you choose to do.
I'll try to politely go the middle road and say that my squire here, Ivan, has been offered a job with Bertold, and I was hoping to catch him at this event. So rather than going with either Stoke or Sestrato, I was going to run away with Ivan and maybe or maybe not look for Bertold.
Okay. You will be able to retreat, and Stoke will say to you that if he notices Berthold sneaks his way in, he'll tell you.
That would be most appreciated, and will essentially kind of me and Ivan will head towards the entrance. So, like, because that makes it sound like he's not here yet. So, we're better place to wait than towards the entrance. So, we'll just sort of slink off that way.
Right. The other two of you, so Valens and Asta,
Mm-hmm.
you are currently stood effectively together.
No, I'm not.
You have started to slink into the corner then.
He very specifically just ran off to the corner as soon as the gaggle showed up.
Alright. In that case, Valens is in a corner with Crook. Crook is going to kind of just get bored of being in the corner, feeling a little bit more confident and realizing that everyone here is armed and they don't seem to care too much to hurt him.
Mm-hmm.
Probably even witnessing a few of them being a bit more catty with each other and being at each other's throats, realize he really isn't their concern here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He is going to look towards you, Valens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go and see if there are any more of our lot. Victor guy breathes. That Velma woman breathes.
They're both kindred.
Are they?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I don't know what I'm looking for. Wait, I recognize that. Oh.
What?
I am going to go talk to my friend.
Are you okay?
Yes. I just didn't expect a thing.
What?
You'll look at the gentleman with the coat over there, and he effectively just turns your head to face what is the man in clothes from your area and the 12th century or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 12th century, late 12th century. And the person he's talking to with the face that looks like it's melting.
Uh-huh.
And he just says, look at that man's coat and think about what I described earlier.
Yes, I noticed.
I'm going to go talk to him,
Okay.
I guess.
Would you like me to go with you?
I am sure you have more important things to do than to talk to someone who cares a lot about stars.
Fine.
If you want to come with me, you can.
If you don't want me to, that's fine.
I don't know who it is. I just know that at the minute we're in the middle of public, so I don't think anyone's going to try and hurt me. And he didn't seem to want to hurt me either, so I'm fine. Come with me.
Okay.
Okay. So you are now heading over towards a man in what is effectively clothes from Istanbul from
Mhm.
about 3 centuries ago.
So it's the same amount of time that our clothes are out of date.
Yes.
This is awkward.
Mhm.
Fair enough.
What is Asta going to do?
So she's currently stood next to Victor and Henrik, right?
Yep.
Velma moved off?
Velma has moved off to go be with what appears to be the rest of her little group.
How far away are they? Like, can I get a good, like, sort of, is she hanging out with other kindred is basically my question. Can I see if
Velma
they're
is now
breathing or-
hanging out with those 2 others with their big stone monster.
Okay, got you, right.
She seems, since it will be very obvious, somewhat uncomfortable with the existence of the big stone monster here.
Okay. Yeah, I think Asta would also be somewhat taken aback because I think the only sort of insight she would have in anything like this would be a knowledge of like folk tales. So she's probably thinking it's a troll or something like that, like a living under the bridge type, three
Mhm.
billy goats type troll. So she's probably a bit wigged out. So she'll maintain a distance. I don't think there's sort of anyone in here that I've been encouraged to speak with. I suppose I could turn to my sire and ask whether it would be prudent to um, introduce myself to other clans in the room, or whether sticking with the Ventrue is a good idea.
Do you wish
Obviously,
to,
subtly. Right?
are you wanting to meet with others that are important here?
That are important, yes. I think now that I've made my presence known to the Ventrue, I think it'd probably be prudent to understand how the rest of the power structure works with the other clans.
You will meet with other Venture in time. I've made them aware that I will be introducing you to others first, so that you might meet everyone in the appropriate amount of time. Just so that you are aware, that gentleman over there, that nun over there, and he'll point to a number of other individuals, they are all Ventre. So he points to a man who has short, curly, golden hair and is wearing some of the most ostentatious, noble clothes you could think of.
Awesome.
There is gold lacing all over it, and he appears to be maybe 19 physically.
Aww.
17.
Hey, super cute.
He wears no weapon. You will then also be pointed towards a plain-looking nun. You will be pointed towards the man in the grey robe or grey cloak. Then you're pointed towards a couple of other people who appear to be a bit more martial. Some of them are wearing chain, a couple of them will have half plate on. The name
Okay.
of Edmund von Osterreich, who is the sheriff, is
Who I know?
yep, is very much pointed out. Titus is pointed out, and his childer Rafe is pointed out, as well
Ooh.
as
Is that the closest thing to a Bruja primogen? Is that the guy that was mentioned last time?
Yeah, he's
Rafe
been mentioned
is-
before.
Amazing. That was Eustace. I think mentioned him.
Mhm.
Is it Eustace the bar dude? Yeah. Look at me in my
Well-
notes.
There is also what appears to be a noblewoman who is pointed out, and it is noted that information is about to be mentioned about this Ventru and certain miscommunications they have been having.
Ooh, gossip. Amazing.
But you
Again,
will see
stony
this,
face from Asta.
you will see this shortly.
It's going to be entertainment. Okay. I will ask if there is any clan that I should introduce myself to first in the room. Like, who does he recommend I sort of pay attention to next?
What kind of role are you wishing to deal with?
That of influence. I think
You
it
want
would be,
influence?
yeah, it would be reasonable for me to understand the flow of power between not only the Ventru and the wider structure, but also within the clans. It's only going to serve me the more informed I am.
What do you think gives you more might? The ability to manipulate or the ability to cause passion?
In an ideal world, both. But I think passion is probably more my style.
In that case, have you already met Johan?
I have, yes, briefly.
Don't
My-
you fucking dare.
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna.
Do
God
it, do it,
damn
do
it,
it, do it.
Asta. Asta, let
And
me
I remember.
at him. This is definitely over. Betrayal. Betrayal. When I hear of this,
Back in
Another
the-
Okay,
member of
I'll
my
be quiet.
coterie had an incident, which was rather amusing. I'm glad my introduction with him went slightly better.
I'm glad that you're presenting yourself well. If you have met with them, then in that case I shall introduce you to others. You are aware of Strato as well due to your companion.
Yes. I don't think we've had much discourse between us, but I've certainly been introduced briefly.
In that
He
case,
seemed rather distracted.
True. I will take you towards a woman, Saskia. She is the
Oh
chamberlain.
my god, I thought you were saying he was going to take me to a sassier lady,
No.
like someone who is more sassy.
Saskia, the chamberlain of Prince Jan in Rosenheim. She's effectively the one who runs the city there when the Tremere don't care to do any work. And you'll be walked over to a rather tall and lean woman. Let me just quickly have a look at this. Never mind. You are taken over to this woman.
Mm-hmm.
She is slender. She is wearing very, very fancy mercantile clothes.
Okay.
They are still practical. This is not a full gown, but they are certainly helping to show her form.
Mm-hmm.
So you approach them. So that's Asta going that way. That is Lothar venturing towards. Who is it Lothar was going towards?
just
The
hanging
entrance.
about by the entrance, may or maybe not looking out for Bertold's entrance if he comes.
And then Valens is heading towards a Middle Eastern gentleman and the man in a blue coat.
Mhm.
So Valens,
Yeah.
you are effectively slowly dragged towards these two people. They will stop their conversation, seeing you from the corner of their eye, and both look towards you in unison.
Uh-huh.
As you approach, you smell burnt skin, burnt human skin.
I'd assume so.
But at the minute, all you see is a man in a turban. He is Middle Eastern.
Mhm.
He is dressed in quite aged finery.
Okay.
And then the melted face man.
Mhm.
The man in the turban will look towards you. You are the new ghouls here, aren't you?
Yes.
It is a pleasure to have you around. Is there anything at all that you're needing to know? We are brokers of information. We have plenty of it.
Um. Do you know much about the Tremere here?
We know everything there is to know about them. Do you want pointing to them while you're here?
Sure. He will look slightly uneasy when he answers that question.
He will just hold a hand across his chest and point towards the group with the big stone monster. Those three.
Ah.
They are the Tremere here. They are the only Tremere here. The rest have not seen fit to arrive. The rest do not exist within this city's walls. So they are the only three you would have to meet if you are wanting to talk to them. And why is it you would want to talk to them?
I don't.
So you actively do not want to see them? I can understand this. They've done a few things in the past that make them questionable friends. But apparently they are our friends.
Are they?
So, yes.
Fair enough.
What else do you want to know about them?
What are they?
They are Tremere. They are one of the pillars of the Camarilla. A high clan. They are warlocks. And warriors, it seems, around here. The woman is gentle. The two men are vicious. As you would expect. So, do you want anything more specific? Anything I probably shouldn't say in public?
Possibly.
And what would you trade for this?
What would you want?
Depending on what you ask, depends on how much of a favor I am doing for you. But for now I will wait for you to come with your company. They could all do with a little time to stretch their legs. And I have something I'd like to see how they respond to a situation.
All right.
So, do you wish to tell me about yourself, and I will tell you about myself?
Sure. My name is Valens Lasaris. This is Crook. We haven't been here for very long. It's odd seeing somebody dressed like us.
I have been here for a good 270 years. My name is Mohammed of Byzantine. I am the Nosferatu Primogen, and I apologize for the smell. I am the spy master of this prince. I get his information for him, and I trade it for whatever he needs.
Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind.
I make sure that my people are protected. I wish for you to become part of my people.
There'll be a surprised blink at that.
Would you like to work more closely with us? After all, even if you have not known it, you've worked for me already.
Have I?
Yes.
Doing what?
making things, selling things.
Fair enough then. Well, those are both things I'm good at, so if that's the kind of thing you want me to do, then sure. I don't see any harm in it.
All right. I'll be in touch with you shortly on things that I'm going to ask of you. I will make sure you're rewarded thoroughly. Do you have any requests for any tasks that you are both more proficient in that isn't necessarily usually talked about?
He will raise an eyebrow and look at Crook.
I lift boxes, and I lift anything else I'm asked to.
And if he gets caught, I get him out of it.
That is the kind of teamwork we also work on. Anytime any of mine get caught, I make sure that the walls holding them stop existing.
I've done that too.
Should there be issues, we'll be keeping an eye on you.
Appreciated.
So, what else would you like? This here is Franz. He will bow to you both a little bit. My name is Franz Sanderson. I am the keeper of all the information here, of favors and such.
You're the
I am the
chronicler?
Yes. I note down who owes who what, at least in an official capacity. Do you have anything you wish to report to me? Come to me at the Undercroft of St. Mary's Little Church. That way I can make sure it's written down. Right now I don't have anything on me.
He will have bowed back slightly lower than Franz did. Because, in fact, no, it will be much lower than Franz did because they're in Kindred Society things right now. But it will not be an elaborate bow. It will just be a actual proper bow, which Valens doesn't do. That is appreciated. I will come to you at some point in the next few days to report them then.
Franz will offer out a handshake.
Takes handshake, is gentle, but also
You shake hands.
firm, I guess.
Mhm.
Like trying to not put pressure on it, but also trying to not seem like a weakling, I guess.
Yes. You shake his hand.
Mhm.
Do you grab a thing that appears to be placed in your palm?
Yes.
Okay. You have a small roll of paper.
Mhm. It will just be pushed into his sleeve.
All right.
Hello, kitty cat. Why are you climbing on me? So,
One thing to
huh?
note. One thing to note. Be careful with any organized crime in the area. There are a few people itching to try and finish each other off at the minute.
I try my best not to get involved in that kind of thing, but he will look at Crook and then look back at them. That information is appreciated.
That information should be shared with your kindred friends. And they might want to be wary of who they're working for, or who they're not protecting or protecting, respectively.
I'll make sure I pass that on.
Just make them aware that they're only being paid to stop people going in. When the pay isn't worth it, they might want to back down.
All right.
They don't want to get caught up in this. It's been going on far too long for them to be able to understand.
I'll make sure I tell them.
So, is there anything else you wish to discuss with these two?
Not
Crook
really.
Crook will ask Franz why it was that he needed to leave that box there, and Franz will mention the fact that there was a shipment of something coming in that they needed but didn't have the money to pay for just right now. And so was being retrieved in the best possible way. Where is it you wish to head next? You will be able to see where the other party members currently are.
I'm
And-
like a skyscraper.
And Crook is effectively relaxed now.
Good question. Where is Asta?
Asta, where have you had?
Where did I go? Oh, I was being taken to see Saskia.
Mhm.
I don't think that interaction had started yet. I think we left it there.
Yep.
Okay. I'm probably just gonna go and bug Stoke, because Stoke was on his own, wasn't he? In fact, no. Where's Gunther? Where's my foodie friend?
Your foodie friend is currently fraternizing with a number of courtesans.
Sounds like him. I'm gonna go to him then. Because that sounds more like something that a very, very pretty noble should be near, right?
Effectively, all the pretty people have gathered up at this point. There is a courtesan,
Mhm.
there is Julia, there is Gunther, and there is Johann.
Mhm. Then I'll go to them.
Okay. They will effectively continue their conversation, not even acknowledging you, but they will move out of the way so that you may listen in and join.
Mhm.
The general brief at the minute of this conversation is they're just discussing what the guilds do.
Mhm.
They're just talking about how businesses are going. Will you roll me wits and
Excuse me.
commerce?
Okay. Difficulty?
The difficulty is 6.
3 successes. Nice.
Right. Nice. You get the rundown of the actual head of the smithing guild has died.
Oh no.
The smiths are all having a bad time actually paying up in most cases, and many of them are trying to refuse pay. You will note that the glass works has completely seceded from the guilds and is just writing them off completely. However, there are now no one producing glass under the guild's sway, so they're worried that others are going to join them. They're worried the smiths are next.
Okay.
Other than that, people still seem to have excessive amounts of money. People are enjoying the things that Gunther offers and the things that a woman known as Arlette offers.
Mhm.
And Johann is effectively just happy to keep managing things, but is very much worried about secession.
Okay.
I myself don't know the intricacies of these things, so I can't really say anything. The cat is sat on the spacebar, but
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is anything mentioned to him about the Smiths, since he just joined the Smith Guild?
You will notice that every time smithing is brought up, there are sideways glances from every single member of the conversation looking towards you.
Mhm. Okay.
Is there anything specific you want to bring up, since you are being noted as a smith?
Is there anything I can do to help with that?
Johan will look towards you. Can you convince the smiths to, pay their side of things? See the benefit of actually being able to get their materials?
I can try. Although one of them doesn't really seem to like me very much.
Daniel doesn't like anyone. And I know exactly who you're talking about. Yes, it is Daniel. Getting him to agree to anything is the thing that will drive everyone else forward.
Right.
Bloody Bruja has everyone under his thumb. He doesn't even bother turning up to events such as this.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, thank you. They will effectively conclude the conversation and disperse. Arlette will effectively
Hello.
whisper into Barnes's ear.
Mhm.
Come and find me when you're done with all of this and bring your friends along. I have something for you all. I know that Johan wants you to see me anyway.
Okay.
Let's see what we can offer each other.
Okay.
And she will saunter off to go and torment other high-class people.
Fair.
So, Lothar is waiting at the entrance.
Hi.
So, people who will arrive. Let me just bring this up. There will be a short, weasel-faced man. He will be wearing common clothes, and he will enter with two other people behind him. One of them is wearing rather tattered, dirty clothes. The other one appears to be a woman who literally has bird muck on her arm and is holding a number of different letters and notes.
Mm-hmm.
She has a small pair of glasses and is just looking around at everything, trying to stay focused, it seemed, and trying to stay awake. The other one, who is wearing the older, tattered clothes, is effectively just really, really happy and seems to be just looking around in amazement. And the person who leads them in the more just normal peasant clothes just strides in like he owns the place. Like a true noble. You will notice that group of people arrive all at once.
Okay. Would I recognize any of these people?
You will not have met any of them.
Okay. I'll definitely get like a bit of a strange, I guess, impression of them, like the way that they've made their entrance. Can I try to read the short guy's aura? Just out of curiosity.
If you wish to roll your perception and empathy at difficulty 8, you'll
Yeah.
get information according to that.
Yeah, cool. I'll have this memorized soon enough what my numbers are.
Mm-hmm.
I got 1 success.
Mm-hmm. Apologies, just chewing.
Take your time. I'm reading, and I don't think I'm very fast at it.
With 1 success, you get to see the tone of the souls, and you will be able to tell that these are all kindred.
Oh, okay. That's probably more than I was expecting.
Yeah, they all have pale souls.
Do they pay us any mind?
The two following will probably acknowledge your existence, say hello even.
All right, okay. I'll return the greeting. Just to be polite.
They seem to be polite. When you actually reply back, then the one at the front will also say good evening to you. And they will effectively just move towards the front and stand right near the prince.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That was weird.
Mhm.
But interesting.
Shortly afterwards, a Catholic priest will enter.
God,
He is
avoid eye contact.
he is dressed as if he is, I believe, 2 ranks below cardinal, and he will just walk in his fine robes, smelling of the incense of the church, and will just look around slowly, bow to you, and approach.
Oh heck, and I'm gonna have to bow too, aren't I? Yeah, I'll bow.
Mhm.
And probably try to motion Ivan to bow as well.
So, Ivan will bow and say, good evening, father. Good evening, children. You are Lothar, are you not?
I will confirm that that is my name.
I have been told a lot about you. Your friend here admires you greatly, and you have apparently been his shepherd in times of need.
I'm gonna have a stare at Ivan, just a bit surprised. Like my face will tell 1,000 words, but I'm not gonna say anything to him. Just to try to park the stress. And I'll face back to the priest and say, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of time to get to church, I'm afraid.
It is fine. Our nights are busy.
I'll ask him if there's anything I can do for him.
If you are ever needing spiritual relief, you ever need to make confessions about something, I will always be available at night in the church. And he will name a specific church. I have forgotten exactly which one.
Okay.
If I find it quickly, I can tell you. Yeah, I don't have down the name of the church. I'll have to check that again. So,
No worries.
is there anything at all I can do to help you or Ivan? I'm aware now that it seems you're sharing with Ivan. I wasn't aware he knew.
Sorry. Did you say wondered if he knew?
I did not know that he knew.
Oh, sorry. I'll sort of try to make it so I'm not like, trying to stop Ivan from speaking. Like if he wants to speak for himself, he can.
Ivan will just look towards you and, this is one of my priests here. This is Henrique. He's helped me when I went there a few nights ago, and well, a few nights before that. I didn't realize he was with your lot, but I guess it makes sense that a priest would be blessed.
Oh, he still thinks it's a blessing.
But yes, Enrica's helped me a lot. He's helped me through the fact that being destitute isn't exactly too bad. That I can use my words to help soothe me, and I might even be able to soothe others.
We'll advance our station. We've only freshly come to Munich, and there are many opportunities that we will be able to take advantage of.
If either of you are wanting to do service for the church, I'm more than happy to help you. Occasionally people do pilgrimages. If you have enough time spare to take them, many would like to be guided to the monastery. The old and infirm will need it.
We'll see about making ourselves available, Father.
I am sure I have taken enough of your time. If you do need anything of me, Ivan can show you where I stay. He will bow back away 2 steps and go further into the crowd.
Wow, that was the thing that just happened.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you do a panic?
Yeah. That was fun. Damn it, Ivan. But I won't say that.
Mhm. Your best friend, the failed actor, will arrive shortly after that conversation.
Good, I need to pick me up.
The drama. I just.
So, Asta,
Uh-huh.
you have gone towards Stoke again? Or was it
Saskia.
Saskia? I know it began with an S. I was thinking Stoke was already talked to. But yes. You approach this woman, and she will just part from the people she's talking to and look you up and down.
I'll give her a very,
Another
very
call.
polite bow.
They will do the same. They will match you,
Ooh.
if not a little bit higher up.
Okay, cool.
So, do you wish to introduce yourselves? My name is Saskia, and I am Chamberlain of Prince Jan of Rosenheim. I make sure everything runs smoothly for him, and I am an emissary for him.
My name is Asta Winter, Childer of Henrik of the Cross, and sort of awkwardly gesture at him, and then kind of let him introduce himself, even though I've already done it for him.
He will simply reply with, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Saskia. How is Rosenheim treating you? I'm far further north than you are. Are the mountains still causing issue? The winds are still cold, and the rivers still run with ice. But the industry is still going well. No need for mercenaries yet? No. Your people help well enough.
Ooh.
So, you're the new one then?
Indeed. With a pleasant smile.
It is a pleasure to meet you. You're a bit tall for what I'm usually expecting. But, well, hopefully it means that you have more strength behind your blows. We'll be able to fell our enemies far quicker than usual.
I think that is probably a fair assessment. I think also being taller, I've had to get myself out of a fair few scrapes being different. So I'm not adverse to a quick scrap if it's necessary, with a little smile.
You will notice that this woman keeps getting distracted by something in the room.
Is there a way to subtly figure out what that is without making it obvious that I'm checking out what she's looking at?
Yet again, it's an empathy kind of role here for that, or it's.
Okay.
Let me just quickly have a look.
I'm super happy with an empathy roll.
Empathy or alertness, effectively, depending on which one you use, depends on how hard it would be.
Empathy is my higher talent. I've
And
got
it would
more
be a
dots
lower
in
difficulty
empathy.
anyway.
Okay, cool. Is it just straight empathy?
It is empathy and it is perception at difficulty 6.
In perception, I have got 3 in empathy and 3 in perception. Oh, so 6 and then difficulty 6 and then spec. 3 successes.
That is a nice roll, man.
Thank you.
All right. Well done. You will notice she keeps looking towards the walls and columns in here, as well as looking
Ooh.
at the slightly vaulted ceilings.
Like as if she's distracted by the architecture.
Yes.
Like, can I get the flavor of what she's? Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, is she fascinated by them? Is she alerted by them? Like, or off put by them? Do you know what I mean? Is she wigged out, or is she like, oh my god, I'm obsessed with architecture?
She is fascinated.
Okay, fair enough. Hmm.
But
Is Rachel speaking? Is that an indication of like a toreador being distracted by their favorite art?
Yes.
that could be yes.
Yes. Okay, cool. As long as I'm not totally thinking along the wrong lines. I don't think Asta is aware of that yet. She hasn't really had much much interaction. But yeah, that's interesting. Um, hmm.
So, are you able to do? Well, what do you do here for employment? Do you work in any industries here? Do you watch over anything, guard anything?
I
You make-
started with I'm turn my hand to very simple stuff, but nothing that anyone would want to buy. I started off with a small amount of warehouse watching, but I've moved on to offering my services to the sheriff. Thought that would be a better use of my time.
Good. As long as you're looking after your little area, as long as you're making sure that, well, the structures of a town or city are supported, it will grow for you. You will hopefully make a decent addition here. Do you have anything you need of a more southern area? Do you need anything from the south?
So I'm just Rachel speaking again. I think Asta's from the north. I think that is that where we came. Did we come south from Ingolstadt?
Say again?
Whereas in Ingolstadt, because we started off like in Ingolstadt. Obviously, Asta's travelled before then, but we started in Ingolstadt, and I'm just wondering where that is in relation. Because if I did come from the north, this is probably the furthest south I've ever been. So I wouldn't really know what's on offer, what she's offering to me, basically. So I think I'd be slightly confused and just sort of be polite and say not at the moment, and kind of find you if I do need anything.
Asta's best bet is probably just declining the offer at the minute. After all, you don't know what
Yeah.
this person can offer or their position
Attitudes.
properly. After all, they
Yeah.
are apparently chamberlain to a prince.
Yeah, I don't really want to get involved with the second prince. I'm starting off a relationship with this one, so yeah, I think that is also Asta's goal, is to give as little way as possible, and kind of, as much as she has the urge to, avoid offering her services left, right, and center. She's starting to get the vibe that some clans are better to work with than others, and she doesn't really want to mess up.
Right? Your sire will then turn and say to you, Asta,
Yes.
I'm needing you to go and find your own way here. I have some things I must talk about semi-privately.
Of course.
Enjoy your time here. And I believe things will be starting soon. So make sure that others are prepared to be presented.
Certainly. I'll give him a very, very polite bow, or rather, I'll give her a bow first. Then I'll turn to Messiah and give him a bow, and then I'll leave. And I will move over. Who would I see? So we've got Lothar is by the door.
And the actor has just arrived. That is Bertold, was it?
Yes, Bertold. And is Valens with Mr. Meltyface?
I think I would have left that conversation by now, so I would have been going over to Stoke.
Yep.
I like Stoke. Stoke's the guy from Elysium, right? He's the keeper of Elysium.
Stoke's
yeah,
great.
I like Stoke. I'm going to head over there. Oh, I'm so happy I put all of the character names in bold in my notes. I'm
Nice.
on it, guys. I'm on it.
Stoke's
Cool.
great.
Yeah, I'll head over to Stoke and Valens. Even though the utter drama that is about to ensue with Lothar is going to be brilliant, but I don't think I should be associated with the slap fight that's about to happen.
So, Valens, you arrive at Stoke first.
Wait, before I do that, when I'm on my way over to Stoke, can I pull the piece of paper out and read what it says on it?
Do you want to keep it hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Will you make me at difficulty 5 a dexterity and legerdemain check, please?
Okay.
Ooh.
So that's difficulty 7.
It will be if you have no dots, yes.
2, difficulty 7, spec. Our spec doesn't matter for this.
Nope.
0.
Oh. You get the note out and you can read it. It says, the High Clans aren't as important as numbers.
Is that it?
Yes.
That's all that says?
That is all that says.
Puts it into pocket. Or rolls it. In fact, no, rolls it back up and puts it back up the sleeve.
Okay. So, you arrive at Stoke. Oh, hello again.
Hi.
How are you finding all of this? I am between conversations, so I'd rather not move on anywhere else. I'd quite like your company right now.
This is certainly something.
The minute it's just everyone gathering up and talking. The prince is taking his time starting everything. I think he knows that everyone is anticipating the best from him.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, there's about to be an ordeal. In fact, 2 ordeals, if I remember right.
Are there?
Yes, one of them is wandering around freely. The other one is currently bound and chained somewhere, about to be dragged in, I believe.
Well,
Whoa.
that is I didn't know about that.
Yes, we're all about to see the prince's justice.
Yeah.
Right. Do you have any idea why I was specifically invited here? According to the other ghouls, that's not normal.
I don't know why you've been invited here, no. Obviously the prince thinks that it is important that you see something here.
That's not threatening at all.
Maybe he thinks it's important that you meet people here. You're still new to the area, aren't you? And, well, you've not met everyone.
I haven't met a lot of people. I'm learning people's clans, though. Apparently Theodore is a Tremere.
Yes,
And you're a Toreador.
I am. Funnily enough.
And Gunther's a Ventru. And Mohammed and Franz are Nosferatu.
Yes, that would be correct.
I'm learning things. It's interesting.
Well, I am more than happy to hear that you're learning. It's useful to know things around here. Honestly, gets you a lot further than any blade will.
Oh.
Oh.
I tried out something new with my smithing techniques. Shows off the braces.
If you really want to bemuse someone, just put that in front of Sestrato and he'll be lost for hours.
I made that mistake once. I'm going to try and make sure my arms are behind my back if I have to speak to him again.
Or just take them off. I've seen that man be lost over a helmet for 3 weeks straight.
When have you seen that man for 3 weeks straight?
It is a very long story. I would hope that you never have to do that.
Okay.
Also, we will now have it so that Asta can actually arrive to the conversation.
Yay.
Hooray!
Hi.
So,
I am absolutely loving how distracted and spacey Toreadors are. Like,
We're adorable.
he's so adorable. Imagine it be a bit of a
Hyperfixated.
hindrance if you're like, if you get hyperfixated on the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yes.
Mhm.
You
That's
have to
why
roll
it's a
the
curse.
willpower.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, I would join and I'll obviously be respectful to the Keeper of Elysium, but also feel a little bit more comfortable around him. He seems to have like quite a bright demeanor. He's not too much. He's not very. I don't know. He seems to be quite expressive as opposed to sort of straight faced and I am a super important person.
Valens will see you approaching and take a step back slightly on one side so that you can join as like a triangle instead of them being face to face.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know,
Just so
the
you're aware.
networking stance.
Yes. I'll
just
just
so you're
join
aware,
by. Sorry.
Crook is currently just wandering around at the minute, kind of looking at people's faces, getting to know what people or who people are.
Definitely not trying to think, okay, apparently they're all here, I must memorize all of them so I never have to interact with them again.
Maybe.
As long as he's not trying to take any coin purses, we're all good.
He's not that stupid. Well, he might be that stupid.
Rob quietly rolls for it. Yeah, I'll walk over and just say greetings. Are you enjoying the evening?
I am very much enjoying the evening. Do you have any idea why? Do you understand why it's odd that a ghoul would be invited to a thing?
Is he asking me that?
Yes.
I'm afraid I find a lot of things odd still. I'm new. But I don't think I've seen any other ghouls here. So yeah, it is a little bit strange. Have you been to many of these before?
Myself?
Hmm.
Well, yes, whenever there's an announcement. In my time here, I think I've had 3 of them for this specific reason. There have been other reasons why we all get together as well, but usually they're, in fairness, no, there's also that reason today, so with this kind of thing, there's probably been a good 10 or so.
And do you ever see ghouls? Have you seen a ghoul invited before?
Directly invited? I don't think so, but if you're looking for ghouls here, you've got Julia over there, you have got Ever, his name has Ever Been, which is Victor's ghoul. Our friend here and his friend over there. I'm sure there's ghouls spotted around.
As he's pointing all the different ghouls out, but like obviously not saying that any of them have been directly invited, I'm just gonna look at Valens and be like, uh-oh. Like I don't, that vibe isn't going well. If this school for some reason has been given an actual invite as opposed to being someone's +1 or assistant, like even Asta in a clueless ways gets an idea that that might be bad news. So she sort of looks slightly alarmed at Valens. I don't know if we managed to catch eyes, but
We probably
like,
will.
buddy, uh-oh.
There will just be a grimace. I'm sure everything's fine.
And then it'll just light bulb moment for Asta, and then she'll go, "Wait, what other reason are we here for?"
There's apparently
said
going to
that-
be an ordeal.
What's an ordeal?
Uh,
Oh no, I'd probably know that from like a religious kind of. Would it be religious terminology, an ordeal? I don't know. It's probably something I'd more associate with like sainthood and stuff. So Asta's super confused.
it
So-
is.
You mean like witches?
Yes. Effectively like witches.
Think of it like a trial. If they make it through their
Or a
ordeal,
kindred?
yeah. He will look
Oh.
awkwardly to Stoke. It's like a trial.
Kindred justice.
Yes.
Yes.
Justice is going to be served here for those who have broken the tenets of the Camarilla.
Oh, an important lesson for us, I suppose.
Well, I suppose, yes. After that, it's meant to be announcements of new kindred. Most likely to replace those being punished.
Ah, I see.
But
What clans are those who are being punished?
there is a Ventrue and a Toreador being punished. And it looks
Like
like
Asta's
the,
like,
it looks like the
Ventrue
Toreador
was
is brought out now, so we might need to gather up.
okay.
Well, this will be fun. So, just before people are all dragged into the thing, we have got Lothar briefly being able to talk to Bertold.
Fisticuffs.
Yeah. Get your hands off my man.
What are you talking about? I'm gonna be like so nice and civil. And
Chicken
gonna be best friends.
Okay,
through
Toreador.
gritted teeth.
So, he approaches. Ah, it's a pleasure again to see you both. Are you needing anything at all, Ivan? He'll just shake his head slowly. At the minute, I am doing quite well. I am earning my keep, at least finally. Well, you are my star writer. You are the one who makes everything start, makes everything go smoothly. And you, Lothar, anything at all that you're needing? Do you want any word putting out there about your antics?
I don't have any antics to speak of at the moment. Thank you, Bertold.
It's a pleasure. Oh god, I have a character sheet for him, I didn't realise.
Uh-oh.
He is only appearance 3.
Okay.
The ghoul outshines the Toreador.
Yeah.
Woo.
So, anything at all that I can help you with?
I just ask that you treat my Ivan, my squire, my best friend, childhood companion, very well. And you know, do him honor with your acting.
Can I just quickly ask, Lothar, what is your current willpower?
Already?
Oh no.
'Tis a 7.
Okay, just a second as I'm deleting all the space bars that the cat put in.
Just Control A and backspace.
M.roll. Will you say 7?
Yes.
Okay. So, what is Lothar currently thinking?
Currently thinking that he's handling this situation very well. That, he's probably making a good show of himself.
All right. Well, it has been a pleasure to meet both of you here. Is there anything you're looking forward to about this evening?
Being announced. That's a big deal.
Do you have any plans for your announcement?
I've never done this before, so I haven't been able to plan anything.
Well, you're a rose, aren't you going to do some kind of party trick?
Oh gosh. Um, I'll ask him if he has any advice. If he's got any advice for a someone new to the society like myself.
Hmm. You're a
Essentially
fighter.
trying to boost his ego into thinking like I might take his advice.
You're a fighter?
That is correct.
Then why not show your worth by challenging someone for something? Why not show that you're going to be potent? Hell, even challenge your own sire, maybe. Other than that, any kind of show of swordsmanship could be valuable to you.
Is that something that's done at these announcements? Sparring?
Anything you wish is done. After all, like I said, there's meant to be some kind of party trick, isn't there? You're meant to at least amaze someone about the fact that you're here, show them how worthy you were of the siring.
I'm starting to suspect he's trying to make me look like a fool, so I'll take his advice with a grain of salt.
Otherwise, just make sure you don't draw negative attention to yourself. But usually it's good to be able to show off something. Most toreadors would bring artwork, a poem, something to read.
I'll
Something
gesture to Ivan, like that's there's not there's several reasons why he's here, but that's among one of them.
Oh, very well. Well, I am glad that you at least have some sort of art for yourself. I myself at least make something. But not all of us can be so lucky. It really is a shame that certain people haven't been nurtured, honestly. Honestly, just look at Stoke, all he does is drink. At least it's an art form to him. Anyway, you might want to get near the front. Just maybe not too close to the front. There is a little bit of a splash zone.
Oh, that sounds what sort of splash zone do you mean?
Blood when someone's head is probably removed, and it looks like they're going to remove his head for this.
For what? Mr. Lothar completely clueless.
Illegitimate siring without permission. See how there's no chains around the neck, only around the wrists and torso and legs? That's so that the blade can go clean through.
I'll ask Ivan if he'd rather stay back here where we can't see that.
It might inspire something.
That's what Ivan says?
Yes.
Ooh, shit. Okay, let's go. Splash zone.
Certainly hesitant, but he wants to at least be able to see this clearly, as the person in chains is ducked down.
Mm-hmm. Heck, if he's game, then to the front we go.
Mm-hmm. You arrive at the front.
You people disturb me greatly.
Oh,
It's fucking rocks.
Just let's go to the front. I want to get splattered with blood. Just what
This
the
is
fuck?
this is like a regular Saturday thing for Lothar. It's no biggie. He was more surprised that Ivan was game for it.
Ivan was
Asta just
definitely
wants a really good view. Sorry.
Ivan is definitely hesitant, but he realizes this is part of this society, so he needs to at least get used to it.
Yikes. he's about
Does
to face
Bertold come
himself.
to the front with us?
Bertold will also wander off to the front.
Oh,
Is
okay.
there anyone wishes to be stood near as this goes on?
I would like to, depending on where the Keeper of Elysium goes, I would like to be near him because I think he's amenable to any dumbass questions that I might have. Like Asta just really wants a good view of everything, which is not hard with her height. She kind of towers over most people, so as long as she's got a good view of the proceedings, she's content.
Is Gunther still with Johann and such?
Gunther, at this stage, will effectively stand independently from anyone else. Most people are now standing as themselves. The only people still grouped together are the Tremere in a cluster. There will be some Childer with Sire, but that's about it.
Then Valens will just be on his own. Unless
Crook
Crook
will
comes
probably
to
join
him.
you. Crook will keep asking you questions you have no way of answering.
What are the questions?
Lots of questions on who is that, what kind of person are they, what's going to happen to that one, why would something happen to that one, what do you think they've done?
Fair?
Yes.
I think if at like towards the front of the gathering, if I can spot Sostrato, then I would try to edge near him. But if I don't spot him, then I'll just stick where I am.
You will be able to spot him.
Cool.
So, the prince will simply raise a hand once the other person has been put to their knees. The sheriff stands to his right, and to his left, his own Childer. Everyone will cease talking, apart from maybe Crook. Crook is still asking questions.
Somebody elbow him in the ribs.
He will be elbowed in the ribs.
Mm-hmm. He looks a bit shook and stops.
Rob, we are
Yeah?
being asked if
Oh,
Lothar...
no.
Oh.
No, that was like, how kids will be like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Just asking questions.
Oh, yes. That
Sorry.
is definitely Crook.
Mm-hmm.
There will just be a nudge with the elbow and a shh.
He stops. The prince will, in one slow motion, rise. He has a sword on his waist. He is wearing Roman lamella. He will look from left to right over his people. Welcome all. Today is a day where two things will be concluded and many will begin. There is to be judgment on those who have betrayed my domain and the tenants of the Camarilla. One has decided that they should create without my permission. The other ended up reaching the masquerade that we hold so close to our hearts, risking all of our lives. Judgment has been decided for them both. And this judgment is final. Apparently I'm breaking a thing at the minute. The one who has created their child that is still loose upon this world. They must pay the price in blood, for there can only be so many of us. Since they are here, accepting their punishment, we will be lenient on them. He gestures towards the one in chains. He walks forward, grabs them by the chains and lifts them so that they are on their feet. Let it be known that those who do not ask and those who try and take are those who become enemies of myself, Bavaria, and the citizens of this new Rome. He will bare his fangs, bite into his neck, and start to just drain. You watch the body start to shrivel as he just pulls everything out of it. He releases, and this now shriveled up near corpse wheezes and looks around, now baring its fangs in a frenzy. Those who would betray will be punished justly. And he will just push it into the ground, crushing its spine with his own bare hand,
Oof.
as it then starts to rot to ash. The other is younger. The other breached the masquerade and risked a number of us. However, they managed to start to tidy up the issue they caused, and they came forward immediately to accept that they were guilty. They have not created, nor have they destroyed. They risked us, but they made sure that the problem was solved quickly, and with limited damage to herd. He lifts them up by their clothing, the woman trying not to cower, but obviously still being terrified of what is to come. This kindred will make sure they pay for their transgression. Instead of paying in blood, they shall pay in service. They are to be in servitude to their primogen. They are to be given over as a whelp for Victor, to do the things that he sees beneath him, to do the things he will not do, and to serve loyally, to be bonded to him immediately. Victor is wheeled forward slightly, and will very, very slowly bite into his own hand. He will then drip the blood into this woman's mouth. He closes the wound on his hand and is wheeled back. The woman is thrown towards the crowd and released. She will compose herself, stand up, and go and stand next to Victor. There are a number of kindred here to be announced. You all know who you are. Please come forward. He will take a
Asta
step back.
moves immediately.
He will step back and sit back down.
Same.
So-
I'll come forward since I'm already at the front.
So Asta and Lothar go forward. You will also notice a small woman with curly brown hair. She comes forward and appears to be equipped with a bow and just peasant clothing. There is another man who just looks terrified as he waddles forward after being pushed out of the crowd.
You know the names of all these people.
As I came forward, I will have like before stepping up, like kind of giving Ivan a look to stay with Sostrato instead of trying to follow. And just stand there waiting to be announced, I guess.
Otherwise, there is a gentleman who is in noble's clothes. It is all a dark navy blue with some bits of black. He is wearing a warhammer on his waist. There is also a priest. There are then two people in commoner's clothes. One appears to be more urban, the other one appears to be more farm grown. Each one will announce themselves. Whereabouts do you position yourself, on the left or right flank?
Right.
Would I know if there's a better position?
Effectively, the first one to announce themselves is the first one to announce themselves.
Okay.
Do you
Doesn't
wish
really
to
matter
try
where I
and do...
stand? Yeah, I want to be. I don't want to make a fool of myself by trying to push in first, but I want to be as close to like the first one announcing themselves as possible.
So, if no one here wishes to try and push themselves as the first to announce, the first one to announce themselves is a Lord Salvador of Landshut. He bows and is the gentleman in blue with a warhammer. And yeah, it's Lord Salvador of Landshut, Ventru Neonate. The next one to announce himself will be the young girl called Caroline, a gangrel, and a Fletcher. Others will be announced as well. A brother James, a Lenore, an Ebermond, a Oscar. When do you two wish to announce yourselves, or are you going to wait till the very end?
No, I want to be as like up there towards the top of the list. Basically, I've got to move through the crowd, so as soon as I get there and it's my turn, I'm going to announce myself.
Okay.
I'll try to wait just to get I guess, example of how to do it.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow what the dude said. I'm also Asta Winter. I'm a Ventru Neonate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Asta, you probably announce yourself third.
Mm-hmm.
Lothar, how many steps do you want to wait?
I'll go after Asta. If she goes, then I'll want to try to follow her.
Okay, so you follow directly afterwards, fourth. So, while the announcements are being made, Balance. While the announcements are being made, someone will come up behind you and will tap you gently on the outside of the shoulder.
Okay. He will straighten up again and turn his head to look.
You turn, and behind you is a rather tall man with short hair, clean-shaven face, and is wearing blue Landsknecht clothes.
Ah, shit. Okay.
He will, in a hushed tone, go, "Thank you for equipping my men. Your wares are quite good. I didn't realize you were with our kind. Would I be able to deal with your master on anything? Or should I just deal with yourself?"
It's easier to deal with just me.
What is it that I can offer you? Do you have anything you need or want? Do you want any of these people here to associate with you a bit more?
Not really.
Very well. Do you want leaving alone? By them and by myself?
If I didn't have a coterie to lead, the answer to that would probably be yes.
Hmm.
But I am here, and I am accepting of that.
That is good to hear. Well, the side door to the mercenaries. Ask to see Theodore Grimm, and they will let you up. If you are ever needing any permission to go see the prince, maybe I can arrange something for you. If you're ever wanting to do work with us, or get those two better jobs, they can also come in.
All right.
I look after those who are loyal. And if they're in need of any kind of blood as well, I can make sure it's done.
Why would they
If
need
you're-
blood?
Sometimes people get a particular taste. They want something. They decide they want to learn, and there's a lot you can learn from the blood. And trust me, I would know.
There will be a gulp when he says that.
So, thank you. And I hope you enjoy this little show. What do you think is going to happen to these then?
How long into the thing are we, Rob?
Halfway.
That doesn't answer my question. Has someone been killed yet for Valent?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Both have already been killed. You are now halfway through people announcing themselves.
Ah, so he's asking about the announcement people.
Yes.
Are they all standing separately, or do some of them look like they're stood closer together?
They are all stood about equally apart.
Okay.
Do you think there are any of them that I should pay special interest with?
That depends on what your interests would be.
My interests are in interesting people.
Those two over there, the tall woman and I suppose tall man.
Is their height the important thing?
No.
That's a relief to hear. I was starting to think you might be dumb. Apparently you're decently well read.
As much as I can be.
Good to hear. We need that here. If anyone becomes bigoted towards you, I can make sure that they have to travel. Anyway, enjoy the show. He will back up and
Valens will bow his head as he does.
Stoke just looks at you concerned.
What?
He will make his way past a couple of people, get to you and say, why does he care about you?
What?
Why does he care about you?
Who?
Theodore.
Does he?
It seemed like he had some interest in you. What have you done?
I'm an armor smith, and he's the head of the mercenaries. What do you think I've done?
Never mind, I guess I'm being thick. Anyway.
Why are you worried?
We're not meant to talk right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So after the announcements, the prince being sat there will then state, I recognize all of you as kindred here. You are still under you are all still under your sires. You are all still new. Leniency will be allowed. But do not cause issue for us beyond your means. Do not destroy without my permission. Do not create without my permission. Respect my instruction as law. Respect your primogen's instruction as law. If you are to breach the masquerade, be honest and allow us to correct the issues you're causing. You will work towards this also. But note, if it is done too much, you will be put down, as you are a risk to us all. He will clap once. The doors will open to the left of all of you, since you will likely all be facing forward. And 3 guards will come in. These 3 guards, for those who would succeed with Soul Sight, will notice are normal mortals with slight blotches, therefore ghouls. They bring forth 3 people who all appear to be human, breathing, and are knelt down in front of you. The prince will announce that I offer hospitality. And then a spear is put through the back of each of them as they are pinned to the ground. These here have all betrayed the area and are being punished as such. Take freely what you will. And he will dismiss everyone. You may all go about your business. I'm here to answer any questions you may need answering. And he will just wave, and the 2 people either side of him will depart his sides and go and mix with others. Other people will start to converse, and as soon as they are released by the prince, a couple of people will jump on those impaled and bleeding out. They are still currently alive. What does everyone wish to do?
I'll
They are-
join.
This, like, it's grossing Esther out a bit. Like, she's not freaked out by the violence or the spears or anything, but seeing everybody kind of, what's the word?
Swarm.
Communally go around and like feed on them. It's a bit basic. No.
Wow.
Beneath
Yeah.
me.
Well, that's fine. I've already started for it.
Valens
You will not judge me, Asta. Only God can judge me.
Valens will look to Stoke and just go, "Can you talk now?"
Yes, we can talk now. Ugh. Also, for those noting the feeding, some of them will literally just have cups that they put underneath the impaled area. Others will bite into them and drink, never taking more than a mouthful or so.
Yeah, I would only take like the equivalent of like 1 blood point, nothing more.
Yes, Valens with Stoke. So, well done for being a good armsmith and getting your word out there. Though I do think that maybe a certain Toreador has actually been useful for you.
Why was that concerning?
I guess I'm overreacting. I didn't expect him to single you out. At least not here.
Did he?
He talked to you at a point where there's meant to be absolute silence. I know he talked quietly, but still.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. But, I don't know.
Should I be
Probably a
concerned?
good thing. No, it's probably a good thing. It means that you're being, well, properly. You're going to be properly inducted into the area at least.
What?
Well, he's going to look after you. He's going to keep paying for your wares. You impressed him.
Right.
You might have done yourself some good there.
Fair enough, I guess.
Sorry, I think I'm the one overreacting here. I'm going to have to get back before other people start departing and causing a mess in my little domain.
All right.
Sorry that I'm causing so many issues here. Sometimes I get a little bit panicked around this kind of thing.
Should I go and ask him what he needed to talk about?
If you're going to do that, you might want to be quick. He's already leaving.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to go near that stone thing.
I don't blame you. They're not exactly nice to look at.
Hey, that's not their fault.
I wouldn't know. I don't know really what they are other than angry beasts.
Rob?
Hmm?
I need to ask a question that I'm going to be asking in my journal.
Yep. No.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, enjoy your time at Elysium, I guess?
I always despise it. Come and keep me company. At least you can drink.
I'll get Croc and we'll head over once everyone else is done with their things.
Take your time. I'll need to get settled anyway.
Alright.
Tell your friends that I hope they enjoy the little announcement. Be glad they weren't the ones that went up first.
Why?
Well, the ones who went up first were put into indentured servitude and
Oh.
executed. So what do you
Oh.
think?
That's what you meant. I thought you meant the first ones that announced themselves.
No, that one there is just, well, probably going to aim to succeed. Right, good luck. And goodbye.
Bows
Bows
is fancy bow.
is not so fancy bow. So, most people will effectively feed and have minor conversations. Is there anyone that you wish to be seen associating with? Both of your sides will congratulate you each and say that that was well done.
Woohoo! I think I would like to, if I get the opportunity, if it's polite, to sort of approach the sheriff and thank him for the little crap job that he gave us in the last couple of weeks, and say that I look forward to any more opportunities he wants to send my way.
The sheriff will look towards you. It is good to have someone else who will work with us. No matter what, you're going to be hopefully valued here. I am looking forward to seeing how else you wish to work. What else you will do for the clan as well.
I hope anything that's asked of me.
Let's wait until the clan meeting has occurred. Then we can continue our conversation.
Very well. Thank you. I'll give him a bow and then move away.
Anything else for anyone?
I don't think so.
Who else
Right.
is there?
Oh, other than Johan. I don't think I've.
Yeah, you
seen
might
him yet.
want to go talk
Yeah.
to Johan and say sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag afterthought.
And meet Alette.
Ah, yes, I have to take them to go meet Arlette. And then afterwards go and see Stoke.
Arlette has already left.
Okay, maybe next time.
A lot
Oh,
of
I need to
people
do
are
it.
leaving almost immediately after feeding, or before, or without feeding.
Mm-hmm.
People effectively have seen the spectacle now. They've met everyone here. They've had the conversations they need to.
Just out of interest, how many did I see many Ventru going and feeding?
Effectively, no Ventrue will go feed.
Ha! Cool. My instinct was correct. Awesome. Oh, I'm enjoying this.
I was down a blood point. It was a self-interest thing.
Nice.
Where's Crook?
Oh, all of you will have spent a blood point to rise this night.
That's not very hard for me
Oh,
to do.
okay.
Yeah.
In that case, could I maybe retcon and take 2 blood points from the offering if it's going?
You may.
Woohoo!
Hey Rob, I don't spend a blood point a night. Humph.
I'm aware.
You said all of us do.
You
No.
spend it a month.
Where is Crook? And who else is there?
Oof. A lot of people are here, but people will also be departing. There don't seem to be any Bruja, at least not self-evident. The gangrel effectively are represented by Griffin and the one being announced, as well as a couple of others that just kind of drift in and out. The Ventrue seem to be here in force. The Toreadors seem to be here in force. The Tremere were here as a trio.
Plus Gargoyle.
You get the feeling you wouldn't know if the Nosferatu were here or not.
Although I met a few of them.
And you wouldn't be able to tell for a lot of the other clans.
Fur? What is the prince doing right now?
The prince is currently talking to the man in peasant's clothes mentioned earlier who wandered in with 2 others. The 2 others are just pottering around. One of them appears to be inspecting statues. The man and the woman is just stood.
Valens will go wherever it is he needs to go to get their attention. But
Get whose
in
attention?
the prince's in a etiquette safe way.
Then you would have to queue.
That then.
The queue is not long, as in the only person in it is the person currently talking to him.
Okay.
He would conclude his conversation, effectively just giving him an update of a certain area, saying that no one new has been sired, no one has fallen, that there is an issue of a Ventrue causing some problems, but he's going to make sure it's resolved shortly within the tenets of the Camarilla. But however, it is draining his resource. And he will leave.
Okay.
The other 2 remain, but he leaves.
Fur?
You talk to the prince?
Yeah.
Okay. The prince will look at you quizzically as you approach alone. Valens Lasaris, What brings you to me?
Excuse my brashness, but why did you invite Crook and I here?
You're representing someone of power, are you not? I need not know their names, but I wish for their representatives in my domain to be present to understand what justice and who their new allies could be. If you're going to make your home here, you need to understand who you're making your home with. That is why you and your friend were invited.
He will nod. That makes sense, thank you.
You are welcome.
Whilst I am here, is there anything you would have me do?
There is nothing of importance. Not right now. Make sure you get introduced to everyone. Make sure any of the other initiates meet with everyone, do their jobs, gain renown.
I will do what I can.
A nod is given.
Big bow.
Mhm.
Steps back a few paces and goes to the group.
So the two of you will have been congratulated by your sires on presenting yourself well. You will be
Phew.
told to keep the outfit for Lothar will be told to keep the outfit, and Asta will be told that she will be contacted very shortly about the clan meeting.
Which I'm totally picturing as like the mafia board meeting when all the families get together.
Amazing.
It effectively will be.
Amazing. Oh, God, I love the venture. I also would be having a peek to see if people, as they're leaving, are sort of saying their farewells to the prince, or if they're just going directly. Whether it's a like part of the etiquette to be like, thanks for your hospitality kind of thing.
Most people will not go to the prince.
Okay, cool.
So I got the impression of a blood hunt,
Right?
which I will know is part of the tenets. I know what the correct word is, I swear.
Tenants?
I think it's tenants.
And
or
I
tenants.
might try
I
to
don't know.
like surreptitiously ask Sostrato what all of that was about.
So Sostrato will inform you. Well, one of them decided to breach the tenants, was located and brought in and imprisoned here. The other one breached another tenant, the Masquerade, handed themselves in after trying to attempt to lessen the pains they were causing, and judgment was given. No hunt really was ever called. The sheriff went and brought one in, and the other one handed themselves in. They were simply being punished for what they transgressed.
Oh, so it was only these two. I thought that they said that somebody was still out on the run.
The Childer apparently is.
Yeah,
Because
that
apparently that'll be dealt with shortly, apparently.
interesting.
I have heard rumors that they've found out where this one stays. This will be interesting. Maybe you'll even be involved in this. It would be a good start. Maybe I'll put some words in for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'm going to go retire for the evening. It's all nice, but, well, I have other things I need to get on with. I hope you have enjoyed your time here.
I'll thank him for everything to get me to this point and bid him adieu.
Feel free to leave any time. You don't need to say your goodbyes. The prince knows that we're all busy. And he will depart. Anything else?
Am I there yet?
Yes.
Yay!
Yeah.
I will look to the other two. So, have you met all the Primogens yet?
I probably
Um,
don't know that I've, the extent to how much I don't know.
I haven't been introduced to the Prince's Childer. I haven't seen anyone other than the Toreador and the Ventru, I believe.
Oh. Right. Looks around. Is there a Mohammed anywhere?
There will not be.
You said
Okay.
Theodore already left, or was he leaving?
Theodore will have already left by now,
Damn.
because he would have left as you were going to queue up for the prince.
What about Griffin?
Do you have any way of recognizing Griffin?
He has been described to me once by Ghoul Squad.
Griffin is still here, in that case. The Gangrel Primogen.
Ooh. A meta gangrel.
Come with me then.
I will follow.
Go to Griffin.
Okay. There is a more prominent man in a group. They all appear to be wearing, effectively, travelling or forester's clothes. One of the people announced was in this group, the Caroline.
Mm-hmm.
You approach, and the more prominent man in the middle has a pointed, almost beak-like nose. Otherwise, he is well built, and he is wearing a plain tunic with a few furs wrapped around his wrists and as part of his boots. He does not appear to be wearing the cloak he would usually be wearing, but
Okay.
that appears to be something he's sat on at the minute as he sits cross-legged on the floor with the rest of them. You all approach.
Mm-hmm.
Their conversation pauses and they invite you to sit down.
Balance will take off his cloak and sit on it.
I think Esther is wearing a cloak. Oh my god, but it would be rude not to sit. Oh, I'm conflicted. It's unbecoming to sit on the floor, but it's also rude not to. Ugh. Is anyone around? Is Messiah still here?
Yes.
God damn it, then I won't sit.
My sire's gone
Oh.
home. I'm totally unsupervised, except for
I'll
the
say
everybody else.
I'll say thank you, but my outfit makes it difficult to sit on the floor.
They will nod and acknowledge this. Lothar sits.
Sure.
So we have Valen sat, Lothar sat, and Asta stood. Crook
And
will
a
also
6'2"
come.
height.
Crook will also come and sit. What?
That's a point. Is Ivan gone home or is he staying?
Ivan is currently staying and will come and sit closely next to you.
Okay.
Oh, bunch of hippies.
Having a kiki with everyone.
Loving.
So, will everyone please tell me what their strength is?
My
3.
strength is 2 and I have 2 potents.
Okay. Who was the call for 3?
Me.
Myself and Lothar.
So, you are all set, and then there is Griffin looking over you all. Welcome. Anything that any of you wish to talk to me about? I am more than happy to try and enlighten you of what's been going on in the wider world.
Can I quickly jump in?
Yeah.
Can I ask about any witch hunters, if he's heard of any?
Nothing local to us. Luckily enough, we tend to keep them away. If you're wanting to attract the Inquisition, then I suggest you go to Milan and start poking the bear. Otherwise, I wouldn't draw them to here.
No, of course not. Just asking for news, really.
It sounds like a fun summer holiday, though.
Right?
Nip to Milan and go poke at the Inquisition.
Good lord. Who wants to plan like for the summer? Or maybe not, the short nights.
Ah, true.
We'll have a think. We'll talk about it later. Okay, I'll pipe down. I've said my piece.
Are you all looking for a favor? As he says this, the person who announced themselves, Caroline, will nudge up closer and closer to Lothar, effectively trying to get it within talking range, it seems.
Adorable.
I'll shift to acknowledge. Did you say Caroline?
Caroline.
With a K.
Yeah.
If you need to put it in notes.
Thank you. Yeah,
No
I'll
problem.
face her and just sort of like, oh, who's this?
She
Obviously,
will,
I know who it is. She's been announced, but you know.
she will smile at you and give you a slight wave. And Griffin will say to you all, are you all looking for a favor?
I'd say these two probably are. I'm here because my master wanted me to meet you.
All right. You have me intrigued. What does your master want? What do they want specifically with me?
That is not. It would probably be best to discuss that at a later date. Or in more private company.
I will come to you at some point in the near future.
Thank you.
So, Asta and Lothar, you are wanting favors?
I am completely ignorant of the services that you may provide. What is it that you would offer a favor for, or rather, we would pay a favor for?
I can offer you the ability to have someone put down. I can offer you the ability to track someone or something. I can bring you news from far and wide. I can make sure that an area is better cultivated. Herds are looked after. I can give you domain. I can make sure that you have better access to resources. I can limit others' resources. There is a lot I can do as a primogen. I could even try and represent your needs better at a meeting of the council.
I think Asta perks up with a mention of resources because she's finding herself a little bit poor at the moment. Dog food is expensive, yo.
Yeah, I'd be interested in trading up my living space. Obviously, like, you know, that will take resources to do initially, but you know, we're on the property ladder. We would like to go up.
So, is there something you would like to do for this favor? Because I have something in mind for you all.
I'd like to hear what he
about it.
has in mind, yeah.
Mm.
First of all, I would like you all to go and get at least a week's worth of food for 2 people. 3 meals a day for 7 days. Make it food that can last. And deliver it to a small shack in the forest west. It is a small house that will likely be billowing smoke in the night. It'll be well lit and you should be able to find it. It's just off the main road. Deliver the food there and make sure that they know that I sent you.
Rob,
You.
Yeah.
how much resource would a week's worth of food for 2 people, 3 meals a day be?
To buy immediately and extra, you would probably sacrifice one of your dots in resource to acquire all of that and make it food that can last.
So I'd be skinned until you paid.
Sacrifice it for how long?
Probably for a couple of weeks.
Ugh, I have no money for a couple
Oh,
of weeks.
well, just so happened that my lovely housemate has just got himself a new job, so I can make the sacrifice
Oh, okay.
Can you?
of
Sure.
the resource.
Fair enough, guys.
What?
1 dot resource.
Yeah, we've got 1 dot each.
I've got 3.
All right, Mr. Successful Businessman over here. Don't have to rub it in. Some of us are trying to make a living.
I know. We're like brand new. God.
Well, unliving.
Valens will mutter, that he'll buy it.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not letting you have, your lovely little friend starve because you want to pay for
No.
it.
Waffle.
And I'm not letting the doggo starve so you can pay
Oh
for
Oh my
it.
god, Valens is best boy.
He'd find rats. My little doggo would find rats. I'm sure there's no shortage of them.
Dude, no. Just let me pay for it. I don't need it.
Cool. Well, you bought it, and we'll deliver it.
Yeah, heck yeah. Teamwork coterie.
So guys, how are you going to deliver it? Will you, like, I don't know, maybe need my cart and my horse to do so?
God damn it.
We're big. We can carry things.
If that's what you
Put it
want to
in
do,
packs on my
guys.
back.
We can get our horses
Oh
out of
God.
Stokes.
No, we could do it like that SAS training exercise where they put those mahoosive packs on the back and just straight run it across the fields, like
Like my 7th grade class trip,
basically.
backpacking trip, loaded up
On
with
my
60
first-
pounds worth of weight.
My first trip to a music festival when I overpacked my rucksack and it was nearly the height of me. And I had this.
That
huge
actually
tent,
was
it
a week's
just a
trip.
nightmare.
It was we had a week's worth of food on us each. So yeah, we
Yikes.
could easily do that. I was a 7th grader.
Yeah.
I was like 5 foot. I can do that.
I have so many memories of wandering around with a big full pack. Oh,
We literally put like rings that you would lift like bench like barbell weights into our backpacks to train for this thing. But luckily, me and Asta are hench. We'll run this food. Consider it done, Mr. Griffin.
It's really awkward that you guys are all just like, yes, I can remember running around with a big pack and stuff, and I'm just like, I have I've run around with a cane. Does that count? I mean,
totally.
it's not heavy,
Well,
but it makes
If
me
it
walk
makes you
good.
if it makes you feel any better, I got hypothermia on the trip, so it wasn't all fun.
Oof.
Yeah, it was scary.
I got
I was
stuck in the
screaming at
mud and
Ashley.
I got like unbalanced in the mud, and my wellies were stuck in the mud, and I fell over with this heavy pack on my back and no more wellies on anymore. They were like stuck behind me.
Oof.
Yeah, that
Oh
was
my
a good
God.
day. Yeah. First music festival was a grind.
see, the one that really
Yes.
sticks out to me is first year of uni where I went and did the drinks run without a car.
What?
So I had my big 65, 70 litre bag wandering off 30 minutes into town to go to one shop. to then buy about the 70 kilograms worth of drinks, to then go to another couple of shops to go top off that with other drinks that weren't there. So I had a 100-kilogram pack on my back that I walked for another hour in a circle back to my halls,
Oh my gosh.
and then walked until we had the party the next few days.
And then did you go to the gym afterwards?
Yes.
Of course you did. I love you.
I love you too.
Gains.
I really miss the gym. It hurts.
We only have another month and a
Oh.
half until we can go to the gym again. It'll be fine-ish.
I know, but I think I've developed a complex now because, like, I don't want to be anywhere near other people's gross sweat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yuck.
So
I
I'm
just
investing
hate
on
that.
a home gym sitch.
Yeah, I really want a punching bag.
I miss
Oh,
having a
yeah.
punching bag. I used to have a gym
I
in
know
my
exactly
backyard.
the model I want.
I miss having a gym.
One day we'll have a house big enough that we can have an entire room that is a gym.
My dad will build it for us.
Hashtag life goals.
I grew up with a gym in my backyard. We had this big concrete building in our garden that my dad and granddad built.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Oh,
It
But
meant that I
yes.
didn't need physio till I was like 12 because we moved house and I didn't have my gym anymore.
have you ever thought that maybe the way that you were exercising before actually caused the need for the physio?
No.
All right.
I had very specific training and stuff to help with the arthritis and hypermobility stuff.
All right. Then.
It's the only reason that I have so little RSIs.
Anyway, yes, Griffin thinks.
Yes, Griffin thinks.
Once you've done
Yeah.
that, I will find you in the forest on the way back. And then I will give you the thing that will earn you your favor.
Sounds cryptic. I love it.
Very cloak and dagger.
Caroline can help you if you are needing to get hold of meats. If you're needing arrows or other fletching, she is also available to you. She will just smile happily towards you all and just effectively say, hello, I am more than happy to work with you all. And she keeps kind of looking up at the ceiling.
I kind of forgot that she was right there.
She is right next to you.
Hi.
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 Like how close?
Probably slightly too uncomfortably close.
Oh.
Caroline is the
Fun.
best.
So she's staring at the ceiling. Like, is it similar to the way is it Saskia was before?
No.
Like, is she fascinated?
She keeps looking up and looking very concerned.
Is it like when the cat looks into the corner of the room and you're like, are you looking at a ghost I can't see? Like that weird, like I'm staring off at something that I can see but probably not anyone else
I
can.
think it's more of a she's looking up at the sky and she can't see it, so she doesn't know what time it is kind of thing.
It honestly
Okay.
also probably does end up looking more like the cat thing at the minute, though.
Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, she keeps just kind of looking up and then looking back to everyone else. She is smiling as much as she can.
You're Caroline, right?
Yes, I'm Caroline.
Do you have a coterie yet?
No.
Do you want to join ours?
Gang gang.
Do you want me to come with you all?
Looks at the other two.
I'm really good with a bow and I can find things on paths.
We don't have an archer among us, I don't think.
I mean, Ivan is, but I don't think I'd want. He'll
Ivan's
probably be
busy.
very busy with his writing.
I do actually have to get back to writing, and it's been a long night, so if you wouldn't mind walking me back at some point, it'd be appreciated. If not, I can find my own way.
No, I'll walk him back. I'll leave the rest of the planning to Valens and Asta. I trust their decisions, and I'll make my exit.
Just before you do,
Mhm.
I'm going to approach Ivan and Asta takes out a small, like, folded note that has, like, Ivan's name written on. Basically, she's trying to demonstrate what she's learned with, like, a thank you note to Ivan.
Aww.
It's very curt. It's very kind of simple and cold, but, like, as a
Mhm.
to be grateful and also to be like, look, I could do letters now. And
Yeah.
she'll just hand that to Ivan before he leaves.
Ivan will smile at you and say that it's very well written.
I'll just, like, give him a nod and, like, just stony faced. and nod and say goodbye.
But yeah, before you leave, quickly, Caroline will say that she'd love to be part of your coterie if she's welcome.
I'd say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I have no
Oh.
objection.
Lothar, meet us at
Mhm.
Stokes afterwards, if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Meet you there.
So thank you for accepting my little task for you all. You'll be repaid in kind eventually.
Thank you for entrusting us with it.
What is that? What is that? What is that? I don't even know where to begin. What is that? Girl, what have you done? I think I'm really tired.
Cursed.
I'm not reacting well.
Oh my
my
gosh, that's a
God.
cursed image.
It is. You know, on Twitter, when somebody's like, this is sending me, I'm experiencing that. I have been sent. And I don't even know.
Oh, I love it.
If
Okay,
neither of you
thank
have
you
seen
for
Young
that.
Dracula, that makes me very sad. Sorry, as soon as you said that you wrote a note, that's the first thing I thought of, and I had to find that meme.
Amazing. Oh my gosh, I am that tired that I thought Rachel shared that image. Okay. I think that might be my cue, you guys.
Yeah. I was going to
I'm
wrap it
so
up as soon as
sorry.
the conversation happened
Yeah.
with Griffin.
Okay.
I am
Amazing.
sad
We've got a
that
job for next time as well.
Very exciting. It's like a whole quest. Not even
Wait,
like
did
a
we
job,
ask
it's a
him? Did
quest.
he tell us when he wanted this done? Was it just ASAP?
whenever.
You do it.
That's
Okay.
how
There is
I
no
understood
time
it. Like just as soon as we can gather the food and hoof it.
Yeah, do it tomorrow night or something. We haven't got any plans as yet, but I guess the next one would pick up in Elysium, maybe. That's
Also,
where we're
Rob,
looking ahead.
I'm upset that at the minute I have incredibly fancy braces on and fancy clothes, and I'm 5 dot appearance, and there wasn't a single Toreador staring at me the entire time.
I'm sorry, Valence. We are obsessed with other forms of art.
With my
Yeah, if you
burning aura,
had,
we
like,
should have had
words
them
written
doing
on
that
your armor.
anyway.
There's a reason that Theodore came to talk to you.
Which
Aw.
one was it?
It was your bracers.
Was it him being really pretty? Is Theodore
Obvious.
secretly gay now?
Theodore just wants the D.
I'm fine
Can
with
you
this.
blame him?
I'm
Needs
up
that
for it if
vitamin
he's
D.
up for it.
But yes.
Just changing the subject there.
Nice.
Yes. You now have a Caroline.
Yay!
You have the task of go and get someone food, and you all leave the prince's chamber,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
and we will leave it there for now, since it's now 11.
That was real fun, guys. I had loads of fun.
That was wild. That was very exciting.
I have been trying to
Ugh.
wrap things up since I noticed it was 10:15.
Oh no. Well, you know, it just shows how much fun we're all having that it's you know.
Here you go, guys.
Oh,
Have,
no.
the song that's been stuck in my head, and I've had to keep muting myself because I keep on humming it.
Game Grumps. They're the people responsible for Dream Daddy.
Yes, yes, they are.
Yes.
Rad
Aaron's a
game.
sweetheart. He's also a complete dick, but at the same time, he is a total sweetheart.
Those people are interesting.
Yeah, that is a description that I would often fit into.
Also, by the way, thank y'all for pushing the game to Thursday. That was really, really sweet of y'all.
Right, I am
No
going to stop
worries.
the stream. When are we next going to be streaming, guys?
Do we want to go back to Wednesday? Does that work for everyone next week?
Yep.
Let me just double check, but I believe that's the 3rd, yeah?
Good question. I think so.
Yes.
Third,
Well,
yeah.
guess what? I've got something in my diary, and it's Vampire the Masquerade.
Oh yeah. Sweet.
Okay,
I'm up for
we'll
it
be
too.
back on Wednesday then. And
Mhm.
stop streaming.
Lovely.